Oh, good Lord, that guy's ugly. Man, if he had any brains, he probably would have combed his hair, but I think
Hey,
he'll just
you
blame
ain't
it on
ugly.
the internet failing at like
Don't you dare call
5
that dude
o'clock.
ugly. My bear is not ugly.
I don't know. I didn't look that handsome to me. Ugh. Let's see.
My bear is very handsome.
Oh. There we go. Okay. I'm appropriately asymmetrical now. Oh, well, it's going to be a slow couple weeks coming up here because we're done with the testing on the resins and such, and waiting for the road to dry out to get back to the ranch. Oh, look at these. Um, it's just sticking out, aren't they? That's hilarious. Uh, but anyhow,
No, I
oh my
suppose you
god.
want me to cut your curls again, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Trying to balance yourself could have. Anyhow, so yeah, it's funny. I got two little things sticking out here that are just ridiculous. That's hilarious. Anyhow, so we're waiting to for the road to dry out a little bit, and then the next big thing is to set the put the little crane-like device on the Stutenroth mill so that we can remove the upper half of the case and then get the rotor impactors out for hard facing. That should be fairly simple. And I'm going to see about putting a snorkel, since I'll have a vertical thing there. I'll see about putting a snorkel on there for the air intake for the engine so that it won't be sucking dusty air in. Although um, I'm actually pretty happy. Both engines are using, both the RC46 and the Stutenroth are using filter with a foam pre-cleaner and then a paper filter. And hey, Dave and Dave. What? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not good. Black label. 2 a.m. here. Let's see. You got to be in Europe. Absolutely. Come here, little one. Quick. I don't. Black label. Have you seen this before? Whatever. I think I saw you on the. I saw one of your things there. But anyhow, so you got a high from both of us now. Uh, I talked to you about Schwendi, I think. But anyhow, so
Yeah, I like
um,
Schwinn.
the foam pre-cleaner was not doing a really good job of keeping the fine dust. There you go. I thought so. Um, yeah, it's 2 o'clock in the morning in Germany. Kind of inconvenient. So, um, but last season I used it's an oil specifically designed for motorcycles to put on foam pre cleaners to get the dust to stick. And I was unable to get enough dust on the paper filters last season to where you could tap it and see it come off like was fairly common before. So I think that the oil on the foam did a tremendous improvement compared to not oiling it. Hi, Adventure. So it would be my recommendation if you're running any of these engines and you got those two-stage elements, oil the foam pre-cleaner and then just clean it when it starts getting dirty. It's pretty easy to do, and it seems to do a vastly better job of protecting the engine. But I'm still going to try on that Stutenroth to put a snorkel on it. No matter which way the wind's blowing, if you're directly above the crusher high enough, guess what? There's no dust. It's going some way, but not straight up. In the case of the RC46, I can just spin that any direction I want. So as long as there's any breeze at all, it's somewhat consistent. It's pretty easy to point the air cleaner into the wind. Hey, Rock, how's it going? Things are going okay here. A little slow, a little boring, but we're just kind of waiting for not so much to thaw out, although there's still a little bit of snow laying around, but to dry out enough so that we can get back to the ranch okay. It's pretty sloppy out there. So over the next probably 2 weeks, we're not going to be doing a whole heck of a lot when it comes to the mining, because we're just kind of, in a wait and see thing. That shouldn't be too bad, Rock. The weather should be decent. I said weather should be pretty nice then, not too hot yet. It just got released from the funny farm. Wow, now you got to get your own meals? Jeez. Here you had it all set up.
Did you get to keep the coat?
Yeah, Eva says, did you get to keep the coat? But once we get those set up, then the next thing would be, once the weather's warm up, moving back into the mill, getting the precipitation, once it melts, pumped off of the rain covers, and getting the solution from the pregnant pond pumped back into tanks, get that big tank cleaned out so we can pan it. That's right, David. Yeah, but Rock says he's got a pool going on as to what U.S. town he's in when the last of the snow melts out of the bed of his pickup. Are you driving or flying, Rock? If you're driving, it should go pretty quick. Yeah, it'll go quick. Let's see. You're in Ontario, north of Lake Huron. Ooh, I'm thinking you might make it out of Michigan, but it's certainly no farther than Indiana. Okay. So say that's the evil plan. I think I'll go do some fishing this week. Well, somebody at home could be watching the bed of your pickup. I didn't know. Don't have to be mean to me. But anyhow, I say so the next couple of weeks are going to be pretty slow. And so we got that heater done this week, and then we did some more testing with it and everything. And that actually, you'll notice on that video, it was pretty simple to make that modification. I was surprised how easy it was to get that thing open. Okay. But it was actually pretty easy to modify it. Now, as I mentioned, you now don't have any controls on that thing except power to and power, not to. So it requires external controls, but that's pretty simple. The one thing I was kind of surprised about was that last video I put up. it seemed to get about the regular number of views for a video of that type and everything, but there was almost like no comments. I'm going, wow, usually people would be saying something. So it was kind of strange. Uh, and So anyhow, that was just an odd observation. It's like, nobody commented.
The world is full
I think it
of
was
odd
only
shit.
Ned from Australia did. But yeah, that seems to work pretty well. I wouldn't be terribly worried about completely submerging that in the solution, but the way it's working is the upper end is in the air anyhow. Although that particular uh, area it's in, it's getting condensation, so it's dripping dilute sulfuric acid on it uh, on a very slow but regular basis. But yeah, it it worked pretty well, and I gotta give credit to Lauren because the first one we took apart, as soon as he got it apart, and it was funny on that video. She said, "Wow, that was a lot easier." Was because the first time we took it apart and we didn't know that the control module plugged in to the heating module, and so Lauren was taking a Dremel tool and cutting through stuff, to look at it, and it's like, okay, so we found this and that, and that second time was like, you just unplug it and slide it off, done, you know. Taos, New Mexico to Sierra Vista. That's pretty far, mainly in a north-south direction, Rock. Taos is north of Albuquerque, like an hour or two. I think it's about 90 minutes or something. So you'd have to go south from Taos, like 4 or 5 hours. Then forget the name of that town there. But anyhow, then you'd have to hang a right and go another 3 hours or so. And
Go straight down New Mexico to Las Cruces.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Rock. I drove from Tucson to Montana in the middle of the winter 2 years ago. Been there, done that, but just for a little around the bend. Hey, how's it going? It's kind of far. It's not a head on over there, say hi, have some fun, come back all in one day kind of trip.
Depends on how far you drive in a day.
Well, I don't know. I say you're still looking at, I'm guessing, about 8 hours of driving time between the two. And I say, so that makes it pretty much a 2-day trip. Yeah. So anyhow, I think that heating element idea will work just fine for a number of chemical applications. You will have to be careful if you use it to keep the entire area of the heating element that actually has heating coils well submerged. What I did with uh, the one that we did on the video there is once we got that all done, then I put an O-ring on it and slid it through a 1.25 inch male adapter, and it would slide through there, but that O-ring would fill the gap, so it would just stop. And the male adapter was screwed into a little bulkhead sort of thing there, so that it would just kind of hang in the solution. And that seemed to work pretty well. It does take a little time to heat up the solution, but not near as much as that 300 watt. That took a lot longer than the 500 watt. Oh, no, Rock, I understand completely. And Eva likes to travel too. if our truck wasn't screwed up right now, we'd be working on heading over to Washington State at this one. That was the original plan. Was head over to Washington State. A guy said he's got a muffle furnace. He's got an extra one just laying around that he was willing to just give to us, and a few other little things which would have been great, but unfortunately, said vehicle has some issues. Now
We may still make it.
I don't know. By the time it gets fixed, it'll already be into the season. We're talking like about a 1 week trip, so we'll just have to see, what's happening. We've also got another potential, I don't know, complexity, something else happening this summer here. We have no idea uh, how much time or not that'll take, but there may be some people visiting that we need to spend a little time with besides family. Kind of a professional thing right now. It's confidential. We'll see what happens. Hey, Forrest, how's it going?
Hi, Forrest.
We still have the Minerbago. We're not driving it right now because either got a blown head gasket or a cracked head. And my son-in-law is building a new engine for it. And because the old we had the oil pressure, the tube to the gauge pop loose from the engine there and dump all the oil in that engine. So the plan is basically we're going to completely redo the engine, different carburetor. It's going to go with a roller lifters and Vortec heads, and so he knows this stuff. So he's going to build the engine from scratch and put it together just the way he wants it, with the right cam and the right pistons and the right everything. So we should have a very reliable, relatively powerful 350 that doesn't cause heating issues. And while we're doing that, we're also going to change the steering box, which is leaking, the hoses, the power steering pump, the little, what do they call that? Connecting disc, I think it was, for the steering column, that little U-joint sort of thing. We'll change that out. We're going to be doing some work on the rear suspension and a few other little thises and thatses. There you go. Sounds like a heck of a trip, Rock. I'd love to be doing something like that. But rag joint? Is that the name for it, Lauren? Well, I theoretically got one at Napa today. We'll have to check and make sure it's the right one, because that little thing there. Hey, Chris, how's it going? You're not all here? That's the rag joint, huh? Huh. Well, I don't know what it was called, but yeah, okay. Theoretically, I have the right one. We'll have to, when we take it apart, we'll see. If not, we'll have to go get another one. I've got the receipt. And so anyhow, got that. And then sometime last season, I'm not sure. Okay, Chris, you take care when you got to go. Just go. More important. But sometime last season, and I don't know how, when, or what, but the fill hose, the gasoline fill hose, and the vent hose, I've got dual tanks, utility bed, and so I got a fill hose and a vent hose to filler funnels, I guess they call them, but anyhow, filler necks on each side. And I think the vent hose from one side came off of the tank because it was off the tank, got under the tire, and that yanked the filler neck out of the bezel it's a plastic bezel, so it just popped the bolts right through it, and then yanked the um, filler neck off of the fuel hose, the fill hose. All I know is I had a fuel hose, hanging there, and everything else was gone. Yes, Black Label. That was a heater for a fish tank. I tried it initially using the maximum setting on the internal thermostat, but it's surprisingly not designed to go to 55 degrees centigrade. So it was unable to reach the temperatures that we needed. And so that's why we had to modify it so that we could get a higher temperature. And so it's running off of an external thermostat now. But it got up to 55 centigrade, no problem. And with the external thermostat, it's overshooting about a degree and a half on each side, but no big deal. Yeah, exactly, Chris. No simmer, no poach, you know. But yeah, I can see why they wouldn't have such a thing because it could easily, if you had like a continuous on or something as a possible thing, somebody will do that. Then they cook their fish and then they get really really mad and probably sue you or whatever. But yeah, that was a 500-watt um, aquarium heater, exactly, and it was only $25. Not bad. Yeah, yeah. That for getting the gold out of the ion exchange resin, we need 55 degrees centigrade and a pH of 1 with sulfuric acid. So it's a corrosive environment. It's hot. The stainless steel, um, what do you call it? Heating elements that I tried first, it didn't last very long. It lasted about somewhere between 1 and 2 weeks, and it corroded through. So now we've got glass, and it's underneath all that silicone we put in there. There's also seals, so it's kind of double sealed. It should be pretty good. But then when you're sealing out an extremely corrosive and conductive liquid as opposed to water, that's probably a good idea. I don't think you can have it too watertight under these circumstances. But I say that because of the very, very harsh corrosive environment, we couldn't use stainless steel. Plus, stainless steel precipitates the gold out of solution. I don't know if you saw the video, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks back, where pulled the heater out and it's just dripping gold foil off of it. That was less than ideal, but far from a problem because we just cleaned it off and smelted it down. You could do the frog in hot water experiment, not on YouTube, although I understand what you're saying. It could be done. We'd have to clean everything out so it was only water because I don't think he'd like the sulfuric acid. I'm pretty sure he'd be trying to get his butt out of there instantly.
Why would you want to hurt a poor frog? That's mean.
Rock just said we could try the experiment. If we used water and used a live frog and monitored it carefully.
We do not need to sous vide a frog. This is rude.
Yeah, frog legs are good. No, that I don't know why you came up with that, Chris, but I do remember the Bassomatic on Saturday Night Live when they were funny. That was pretty hilarious. I never saw that one, Rock. Frog in a blender video, huh?
Yeah, I've seen the frog in a blender video.
What is it? Is it actually a frog in a blender?
Well, I've seen the meme.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to see anybody do that to a real frog. I like frogs.
Yeah, frogs are cool.
Spiders? Now that's a whole other story. You can sous vide all the spiders you want.
Chris says it's an interactive, so it must be
Yeah,
animated or
click
something.
and, yeah, you click on it and you can have fun with it.
You can push the buttons and the frog would smack talk you. No, I've smacked a few frogs in my day. Bullfrogs. We used to hunt them when we were teenagers down there by Yuma, and we'd come home. And one of the problems we soon discovered was that if you clean a number of bullfrogs and throw the carcasses and stuff into the trash can in Yuma in the summertime, in a very short period of time, you know, less than 24 to 48 hours, it becomes extremely uncomfortable to get very close to downwind of the trash can. Yeah, we went gigging, David, absolutely. And so then we had to figure out ways of distributing frog bodies someplace else in town that didn't involve putting them in the trash can behind our house.
And it didn't dawn on you to throw them in the All-American Canal so the snapping turtles and the carp could eat them?
Oh, they were quite a ways away from the canal there. Yep. Actually, in order to kill them, we did do a little frog hockey, but no, we would come up with innovative places to set the carp. For example, few people know this, but the lower abdomen of the frog, just above the hips, has only, it's very, very thin except for the backbone. And if you have a four-way stop sign, you have a big sign and a smaller one right underneath it. And there's a little gap between the signs, which is in general wide enough to slide the spine of a frog body through there so he could be hanging over. So, I think it was there 4 months later. Things dry out and mummify in Yuma. So
you were sick.
Bad bear.
Yes, very, very bad bear. You and your brother were sick puppies.
Hey, Cabrera. Oh, Oten. Is that Otten? For some reason, I'm thinking Jose Cabrera Oten, but I don't know. Just guessing. And but anyhow, so yeah, we had we were bad boys when we were teenagers at times. Nothing really dangerous to other people or um, did damage stuff. But yeah, that's right, Arizona Prepper. If you had some good old memories, maybe you could join in. Hey Jeff, how's it going? You going to be here this summer or not? Seems to me you were talking about like next summer you were coming, but I'm not sure. If you're coming up this year, I'd love to talk to you towards the beginning of the season. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to be doing. It's depending upon a lot of situations, but that next summer, okay. Yes, I didn't know, but we might have some interesting stuff we can work together on sometime here. And tell that to the frog. Nah, they weren't listening. But yeah, we had some fun in Yuma, Arizona, where the summer temperatures are like 120 degrees. You don't do too much outside that's either not in the water or at night. So we did a lot of stuff, I say at night.
We did a lot of skulking around.
I don't know about skulking per se. We did a lot of rabbit hunting and snake collecting and stuff like that. It was really nice down there by the border because the Border Patrol would very conveniently drag a set of tires each night right around dark and smooth off the entire road so there was no tracks or anything. And it made it real easy to see when a snake had come across the road. Can we handle 10 tons a day? Not at this time, although if we had good enough ore, I'm sure we could upscale to do that. We got a jaw crusher that can easily do that. We haven't used it up till now because it's like way bigger than we need. But we could definitely scale up depending upon what the testing says. That might be something that we might want to. Yeah, he's running around somewhere. He just doesn't have time for us right now. I told him that we're missing him, and he's like, "Well, I got stuff to do." So
yeah, he's got stuff to do.
If he comes on later tonight, tell him you want him back here because Keith is getting really boring. Oh, Eva would love that, Jeff.
What?
1.2 gold, 16 silver.
Yeah, I want that.
She's happy. Is that oxidized or is that got a lot of sulfides with it, Jeff? Because I was thinking if you wanted to run 10 tons per day, hey, Shaggy, then it would probably be best to get samples this year and do the metallurgy and stuff this year so that we could confidently, uh, put together a mill next winter. Free mill and sulfide. Yeah. Say we should probably talk that over. I'm pretty sure you've got my email. And maybe get some samples so we can do the metallurgical work beforehand.
Yeah, I can figure out how to get your silver.
Because then we could, because you don't want to be spending summer doing research. You want to spend summer doing production. And so that would be a good idea. Then we could, get the parameters determined this season and get the yeah, that would be good, Jeff. That'd be good. Then we could we could do some of the extraction testing, figure out what it's going to take, what the grind size, and how the chemistry works, how the physical stuff works.
I can figure out the silver.
Yeah, and then we could kind of go from there. But that sounds just great, Jeff, because that'll it gives us plenty to do during the winter time too, to get everything figured out. Is that grams around? I'm pretty sure it's ounces, Rock. That's not enough grade for if that was grams, that would be pretty boring. What would that be? $12 a ton silver, and yeah, there it is. Rock, it's ounces.
What was the ounces of silver?
16. 1-6.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to play with that ore.
30 pound copper and 290 pounds lead.
Okay.
So we're definitely going to be making a concentrate with something like that. And then dealing with the concentrate. That's just so much metal in there. No, not necessarily definitely. Depends on what dissolves, but I say that copper is going to tend to get into the solution and do stuff unless we can figure out a way to keep it out. Unless we do a concentrate first. Yeah, I'm not ready to get too wet. I do plan on going fishing tomorrow, but I don't want to get wet. It's pretty cold right now. It says 38 degrees, cloudy. There's supposed to be a little snow tonight. Quartz 5 foot wide, huh? He's got 180,000 tons blocked out or something. Yep.
Okay. Sounds like a project.
Hey, Rock, don't get in the way, okay? Yeah.
I want to get the silver out.
So anyhow, so that would be great. Oh, Forrest, the right now we're in that season where the ice is too thin to get on safely. But I mean, we fish all winter here. No, Chris, we'd have again. We got a lot of metallurgy to do when you got that much in the way of different metals, and see what works. My guess is probably a relatively coarse grind followed by a gravity separation, and then some more complex metallurgy to get the gold and silver out, and then hopefully sell the rest to a smelter slash refiner somewhere so they'll get rid of the lead for you and pay you some money. Yeah, let's see. Don't have that.
Silver?
Let me open another window here. Yeah, Eva was so happy to see silver when we were doing that resin a week ago. See, now, personally, to me, it's just a challenge. I don't get emotionally involved. It's all about the money and the puzzle and solving the puzzle and stuff like that. But Eva is emotionally involved with the what do you call it?
Silver.
Yeah, it was silver, exactly. Let's see.
Don't give a flying frog about gold.
Let's see. Don't see that one right now, Jeff. But anyhow, yeah, I can look it up. Anyhow.
Gold is boring. Like
yeah,
silver.
Exactly, Chris. There's a lot of potential complexities there. How much do they charge to take the ore? No, it's how much do they pay you for it? That's the idea. I have many silver mines about 20 ounces per ton. Yep. That's pretty good. Oh. Arizona Prepper 07 says she's emotionally involved with her macho taco. Sorry, Keith, but you have to go.
Well, you notice my macho taco doesn't want to become a frozen dinner.
But anyhow, so yeah, so we got a lot of stuff there, and we'll see what the options are. But that's one of the things is we need to get an actual sample because they're all going to be different to some extent or another. One is 68 ounces silver. Yeah, that sounds good. Shh, Eva can hear.
I want a silver mine.
Yeah, she wants silver. But anyhow, yeah, she gets
I have
emotionally involved with the silver.
I have a purpose. I have a reason. I have a dream.
The moles?
Yeah, the moles.
Ooh, that's right. Tom says, yeah, frozen tacos aren't good. He'd turn into a Mexico. But anyhow, so yeah, she came up with an idea a while back that I think is really cool. I don't know if you're familiar with the term mole used in chemistry. It stands for gram molecular weight, or in the case of anything like silver has an atomic weight of where are we
106 point
106 point something. Okay. So anyhow, 106 point something or other grams of silver equals 1 mole, or as Chris just showed you, 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd. And so the idea was, hey, Adam, was to make little castings, good quality, of a mole that weighs exactly 106 point whatever grams.
And his name is Mr. Avogadro.
And so you'd have a mole of silver.
That's wearing a mining helmet because moles are our spirit animal. They dig in the earth.
I think it'd be great.
I want to make copper moles too, you know.
You know, and
gold moles.
You can do it with anything. It's just going to be a different size because of the, the different densities. I would not be surprised if it wasn't even higher than that when you take the inflation adjusted dollar into account. Eva will be doing a lot of stuff on her report, the tinfoil hat report tonight. But the
nice of you to assume I'm doing a tinfoil hat report.
Well, I sure hope you are. Without Jim, I'm just here by myself, and everyone's so disappointed. But no, we were at the coin shop today, and the guy at the coin shop, I mean, he was taking prepaid orders, but he says that the delivery time from the suppliers has gone from 3 to 5 days to a month. And so it's getting pretty tight out there for silver and gold right now. I tried, Jeff. He won't listen to me. He's so mean to me, like everyone else. But yeah, no, he's pretty good. He does add a lot to the show, and so yeah, you let him know, email him. Yeah, Jeff, I'm thinking that the price of dollars in precious metals may go pretty high. There's some guy that offered $1 million bet. He says, I forget who the guy was, but he said, I'll bet $1 million against one Bitcoin. We set up a contract where you supply one Bitcoin, I supply $1 million. They go into escrow accounts, and in 90 days, we'll swap them. Not at this point, Chris. So I say that guy seems to be pretty confident that the bottom's going to fall out of the dollar. And considering what's happening right now internationally, I would tend to agree with that. Now, I'm not smart enough to figure out exactly what all the ramifications and permutations would be, but a dramatic decrease in the value of the dollar is pretty much guaranteed, and inflation in terms of dollars seems to be pretty much guaranteed. So I wouldn't be surprised if you aren't off by an order of magnitude in a year, Jeff. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Not so much because the international value of precious metals went up a whole lot, as much as it was the value of the dollar internationally crashed. Don't know. We're looking at some interesting times. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow to see what happens. Because in my opinion, they're trying to poke us with a sharp stick until we do something stupid. And one real sharp stick would be, what happens if they don't let Trump post bail? Thank you, Black Label. Thanks for showing up and everything. Come this summer, we'll have a lot more exciting videos on the thing, but yeah. And you take care. Good luck over there. Yeah, I agree, Adam. Didn't the dollar crash a long time ago? No, it didn't crash yet. It's made adjustments, but let's say by crash, I mean, I was living in southern Arizona when the peso crashed and went from like 12 to the dollar to 12,000 to the dollar. And seems it was about 2 years or so, 2 or 3 years. And then they got it stabilized, and then they went and just replaced all the money to get rid of all the zeros. They had old pesos, replaced them with new pesos. The old pesos became worthless after a certain period of time, 6 months, 12 months, something like that, for a reasonable amount of time, but not a long period of time. You could trade them equally. You go to the bank and turn in your old pesos and get new pesos and stuff. And then, it was taken care of. But yeah.
Then things got bizarre.
Oil jumped $20 over. Was that in the past there, Shaggy, or did that just happen? I don't know. Going to need to free ourselves from the dollar to survive. This is one reason I'm not terribly upset with the BRICS and everyone else setting up an entirely different economic system free of the dollar, because then, yeah, Jeff, then the other countries, companies, things like that, we can use their economic system when ours is crashing around our ears. And that will give us something to switch to. Instead of the entire system crashing, only our system crashes. That makes it a lot easier,
Well, some interesting things are going on in the world of oil.
Well, Eva will love you, Jeff. He says, everyone hunts for gold, but I hunt for silver and just find a little gold with it. Yep.
That's the way it should be.
I understand what you're saying, Kodak. But at no time did other stuff change nearly that dramatically that I recall. Okay. When it came to the other commodities and stuff, it was a fairly steady change in prices. And a shitload of lead. Yeah, Jeff, that might come in handy too later. We'll see. Yeah, Shaggy says last night or today. Yeah. Yeah, Eva confirms.
Mm-hmm.
Lead is the path. Yeah, around here, yes, for silver, lead is a really good association. I'm going to have to learn new stuff for that. I don't think lead acid batteries are going to be that useful, Jeff, but
well, I do have papers on how to recycle them.
There's other uses for lead. Yeah, Adam. Let's say I don't know, but if you don't have family or something that holds you down to the United States, don't hesitate too much to move to where the economy isn't horrible. Become kind of a gypsy to wherever things are working well. That's the easiest way to survive through a crash is don't be where the crash is happening when it's happening. And
it's going to be everywhere. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think Russia's going to crash too much.
No, different type of thing.
Yeah. Now, China, that's a different situation because they're heavily dependent on trading complex things. I mean, manufactured products and stuff, whereas Russia is more raw materials. And so they can pretty much trade those anywhere, anytime. And if the market goes down, they can just use them themselves. When you're making food and energy, and that's your major export, well, if people aren't buying, you can just use them yourself and survive. You make your own lead acid batteries, huh, Jeff? Wow.
I want to learn how.
Eva wants to know how to do it. No, in my opinion, that's incorrect, John. This is just my opinion. There's going to be a lot of places it'll be worse than the United States.
There are plenty of places where it's already worse than here.
The problem is in the United States, we have such a huge debt buildup that when the dollar doesn't have its value, there's going to have to be some huge readjustments made.
The biggest problem in the U.S. is we are soft and spoiled. Hello.
Well, that too. And the people here are soft and spoiled. And so they don't have the kind of discipline or toughness to say, well, we're just not going to be able to do this or do that. Where is better? Right now, Russia, actually. But I'm not sure what the better locations are. You've got Southeast Asia that may not have near as much problems. You got India,
well, I can
Australia.
Tell you people are moving back to the U.S. from Brazil.
And that's it's going to be something where it's going to vary dramatically depending upon where you're at, and also not just the world economic system, but also the local political and geopolitical system. I mean, is the society at that location where it might be able to do just fine if everything held together? Is the society fighting itself? Do you have civil unrest? These sort of things. And so I can't really predict it. As again, it's above my brain here. And the USA has places like Montana that can be fairly self-sufficient if they're managed properly. I keep trying to get a hold of the governor's office, and walking over there, hi, can I fill out a form here and stuff, to find out what they're doing for resilience in Montana. How are they preparing for these things? Don't know if you guys are aware, but a week or so ago, there was a coronal mass ejection that, had it not gone the other way from the Earth, would have given us a good idea what a Carrington event would be like with modern technology, because it was that big. Luckily, it didn't hit us. We just got really good auroras from the, the just, what do you call that? Kind of the halo effect. It went the other way, and we still got big auroras. I agree, Adam. This is why, in my opinion, Montana could become quite resilient if somebody's planning for it.
In Arizona, rocks.
And Arizona, on the other hand, because it's so dependent on outside supply chains, they could probably have enough water to keep from dying of thirst if they shut down the farms, internally. But they don't have anywhere near enough energy sources. They don't, and if they shut down the farms, they have no food. They pretty much are dependent on resupply on a daily basis to survive in the middle of a freaking desert.
The human population is far above carrying capacity.
Yeah. And I agree, Adam. Places like Los Angeles are going to be tough. The question is, what do we do about it in Montana? Do we make sure there's not enough gas out there for them to get here? I don't know. It's really a legitimate question, in my opinion. I agree, Jeff. I think we're at the adjustment point right now. The administration has done such a good job of cutting its own throat, shooting itself in the foot, and jumping off a cliff that We may have to, Adam. I don't see any good way out. By good way, relatively minor disruptions and suffering. I think there's going to be a lot of suffering and disruption. The question is, how's it going to turn out? Don't know. Way too complicated. And nobody knows. When things get unstable and complicated, nobody knows how it's going to turn out. I was watching Bill Whittle the other day, and they were talking about the Russian Revolution and how if one guy had simply been tougher and done what he needed to do, the whole Soviet Union would have never happened. But he was trying to be a nice guy. He was living up to his principles instead of being ruthless. And so the Bolsheviks managed to take over. Yes, Jeff, that's why I like being adaptable. I think the adaptable ones are going to have the highest survival rate. But I don't know. Is there anyone out there that doesn't think we're going to have a serious restructuring in the next year or two? And I say after that, it's impossible to predict, because there's just too many moving parts moving in too many different directions to be predictable. It literally chaos theory takes over. So I don't know. It's going to be one of those times where the right person at the right time doing the right thing can just change the course of history. And those things are totally unpredictable. Don't know. I would agree, Shaggy. A lot of people think they are, but I think our imagination is limited. Sure, Tom. I can see sarcasm. Well, that's a good question, Jeff. Certain medical interventions may limit that too. I'm not sure. That's kind of how I'm looking at it, Adam. Under the circumstances, I think we're pretty good shape for someone of our resources. If I had $1 billion, I'm sure I could get set up a lot safer. But I think we're about as good as we can get. As to mentally, I've never been through combat or anything approaching that. Civil war, societal collapse, things like that. So I really don't know how it's going to be. And so I can't tell you, like, in my opinion, anyone who tells you how they would do in combat who hasn't been in combat is blowing smoke, because nobody knows how they're going to do in a situation like that. That school shooting last week, some people were critiquing the police, say, well, they made an error there and they made an error there. It's like, dude, you got a significant number of people, more than 3, i.e. all the cops, trying to do something that haven't practiced this particular thing together. Some of them may have practiced, but not as a team. And they have to do it in real time, thrown right into it, no preliminary briefings or something, and they did a good job. Okay. Was it perfect? No. I challenge anyone under the same circumstances to do a perfect job. They did just fine, When it comes to people in office, yeah, it's very hard with a system like we have right now for one person to make a huge difference. But when things start getting chaotic, then again, this is where things, like in the Civil War, it may have all turned on one single little event where, I think it was the Battle of Gettysburg. There was some um, Southern soldiers taking messages from one spot to another, from headquarters to thing, and they got captured, and so the Union suddenly found out the plans, adapted, etc. If they hadn't been captured, the Civil War might not have come out the way it did. If that's true, what are the follow-on effects there? So that's what I mean about these. Small things can make big differences. Look at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. Suppose the assassin had missed. Hi, honey bunny, how's it going? That might be sure. I mean, you might be correct, not sure. It's not a bad idea. Not sure says make sure you have some cards. Sometimes that'll keep you sane when the world goes crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Something to do. Yeah. Good, honey bunny. Glad things are going well. Hey, Lars. Snowed in again, huh? How did you like that heater, Lars? Did you like that one? That was pretty good. So I'm glad Lauren was the one working on it the first time, because he just looked at the whole thing and said, "Yep, this is what I need to do. Move this wire from here to there, and it'll be done." Ooh, I like that, John. A late fee.
Late fee?
Yeah, because people are showing up. We got Honey Bunny just showed up. Lars just showed up. Yeah, and it's pretty cheap, Lars. Yeah, I say that's a 500 watt chemically resistant heater for $25. So I say it's that sort of thing too that I don't think. Where I think that people who can, fabricable solutions to things will be in a lot better shape in the not too distant future. Finally turned off the last heater in the house today, huh? Well, we still got them going. 38 degrees and cloudy right now. Let's see if it's snowing again yet. They were talking about snow in the afternoon for like the next 3 days. No, don't see any snow coming down anywhere. But it looks threatening. Ugh. Tell Eva the Drum Lummin mine. There's a video of Charlie Vein, best silver ore in Montana. The government even came to look at it. 140 ounce silver and 1.4 ounce gold. That's pretty good, Jeff.
Yeah, they can keep the yellow stuff. I want the silver.
Yeah, that's exactly what Lauren did, Lars. He knew exactly what he needed to do. You can give me $5, but I don't guarantee results. Okay, John? Let me write that down. Whose video was it? Let me get this. Drum Lemon. So you've got that one, huh, Jeff? Turley Vein. Is that your video or somebody else's, Jeff? Let's see. I presume that's silver, honey bunny. Montana Tech. Okay. Okay, we'll give it a shot. I always like showing Eva videos that get her all excited.
You know me, I much prefer silver to that weird yellow stuff.
Uh,
And you got to admit, 140 ounces to the ton silver would be profitable.
that's pretty common, honey bunny. Lead and silver tend to go together. Chemically, they're relatively similar in how they dissolve and precipitate and stuff. So that's a very, very common thing. In our case, that means the lead becomes kind of an annoyance, or it can become. So we'll have to see. But yeah, we really need to, come August, we'll get together and get some samples, and then we'll work on them over the winter and get ready for next summer. Oh yeah, it's easy to sell lead when you have enough of it, honey bunny. And so we'll just have to see. Oh yeah, Marysville, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of stuff. This is just a target-rich environment here. It is so cool. Have you ever visited Leadville? No, I've never been to Leadville, Colorado. Nope. Lead Hill and Galena, also one named Zinc. Yeah. There's a lot of that going on. I've been to places in Arizona. Yes, the whiteboard is empty. Somebody asked me a question that I need to use the whiteboard for, because the only thing I did this week, basically, besides just finish cleaning up some resin and testing some resin that we'd run before, see whether anything happened, and the answer was no. So basically, that heating element was the only thing there. One of the only places actual native lead, huh? Okay. Goldstream says, if she wants a silver mine, have I got a deal for her?
Of course I want a silver mine.
What's Montana B look like? There's a good possibility that we will be stopping mining at Montana B this season, because the grade is just not coming up to where we need it to be. And the mining itself is slower than it was anticipated because of the hardness of the rock. So between the two, it's far from profitable at this point. You want to look at Montana B, huh? Okay. So let's get the thing out. Okay, now, in order to do this, I'm going to need to do a side view and a plan view. I don't know. Let's see. Here's the hillside. Okay. And this would be, if you're looking this way on the hillside, there's what we call the lower decline. Call that here. Had a dump right there. Goes down at about a 60-degree angle. Okay. This is where we call the pack rat structure. And it goes to both sides and down. Okay. That is a replacement vein. It's pretty much black. It's got a lot of dolomite and iron oxides in it. At the 40-foot level, there's a tunnel that comes this way and then goes into the mountain over here. So if here's your decline, here's stopes over here, stopes over here. At the 40-foot level, you have a tunnel goes over here and then heads into the mountain right there. This side, they went about 50 feet and dead-ended it. This whole area here, basically they ran out of ore. Right here, there's a vertical fracture in the rock that has fracture filling there, iron oxide mainly. And on this, you have what we call the middle decline. And this one goes down quite a bit. And this, I don't know, let's see, from there it's over 100 feet, like 120 feet. And here's, call it 50 feet. Okay. This, the structure is vertical. In a certain way, it's 90 degrees to the pack rat structure. The whole mountainside is these sedimentary beds that have been tipped up at 60 degrees. Okay? So the pack rat structure is between the beds. The perpendicular vein is a fracture that went through the beds. Okay? And there's the lower decline. There's a dump here. And then there's the upper decline, which just goes to here. And this goes back in a little bit, and that's it. What we were doing is we were mining down this middle decline, and we're about 10 to 15, well, we're about 10 feet here, call it 15 feet from there right now. The sampling we did in here indicated ore grades that are about twice what we're actually recovering in bulk. So if this doesn't pick up pretty soon, we may pull out of there. Okay? It's one of those things that we're just not making any money. And that's not the way you mine over the long term. So that's what our key is. What are we going to hit in here? Right in here. And
Well,
if that doesn't get good grade, we got problems.
We also have the top of the hill prospect.
So that's one of the things. Yeah, that would make sense, Honey Bunny, but not at Montana B. Montana B, very little gold is actually big enough to do a gravity separation on. You know, I mean, I'm talking 500 mesh plus. That's like 20%. How wide is the vein? Well, the pack rat vein here varies from about this big. Let's see if you can see it. Yep. To about that big. The perpendicular vein, this one here, it's running pretty consistent 12 to 16 inches, which is not sufficient at those low grades. If it's running 3 ounces to the ton, no problem. That ain't happening. So that's the question, is what is in this area here? And if it doesn't pick up, we just maybe take off, you know, go someplace else. There's some other stuff on this mountain that we can check and see what we run into. None of them has as easy an access as this. So that creates additional problems. Then we've got the top of the hill claim, or the top of the hill project. It's not a claim. We got some patented claims and one unpatented claim. We know there's a mine 500 feet beneath our feet. Okay. We don't know what the surface outcrop is. We presume there is one because it's highly unusual for someone to drive a 2,000-foot tunnel into a mountain just to see what's there. Okay. So we presume that what happened was, and you want me to do this one here and hey, in his name, how's it going? Anyone have any problem with me just wiping this off and starting with top of the hill? Putting in a new shaft. Are you talking top of the hill or Montana B, Honey Bunny? In this case, we're just taking the decline and just kind of cutting the bottom out of it, which is pretty simple and easy to do. But top of the hill, I'll get you a better layout so you can see what we got there. At top of the hill, we're literally on the top of a mountain. And in the side of the mountain, in the past, somebody drove a tunnel about 2,000 feet roughly. There's an air shaft here. This is the portal right here. And then here there's a cross cut. Kind of like that. This is 1,000 feet. And according to the records, it's 40 feet of broken rock in terms of width. That's all we know. But say, my guess is you didn't drive a tunnel 2,000 feet, 500 feet elevation further down the mountainside, just hoping you'd hit something. My guess is on the surface, there's some outcrop. The geologic map shows the structures, the sedimentary structures, dipping about 20 degrees this direction. Okay. I suspect this is more refraction. There is a big fault line right here. Okay. This one runs for 10, 15 miles. But anyhow, so my guess is somewhere up here in this area, they found outcrops, dug some holes along here, and said, okay, this looks pretty interesting. Let's drive a tunnel into this so we can get underneath it and muck it out. And they built a mill here. Okay. So that's my assumption. So what we're going to be looking for is any surface workings up here, trying to get an idea of what kind of structures there may be that aren't the sedimentary structures, but actual faults and such, and see what's going on up here. And hopefully we can find something good enough where we can just start digging a hole. Okay? Because it wouldn't take much when you're digging on surface to get a fair amount of tonnage if we can find something of some consequence there. That's pretty good, Goldstream. Goldstream says, can't come to Canada. Our dictator is worse than your dictator.
And he has terrible taste in socks.
Adam, top of the hill was a map view. Okay. That's what it looks like from above. And yeah, Honey Bunny, that's the idea is we really don't know what's here. Okay. There's a bunch of patented claims in this area here. And the claim owner owns some here. And so we're really in the dark right now. We can't find any detailed historical records at all. Okay. Say, we're presuming there's something up here that will give us some indication of what's going on. We could maybe do trenches or this or that. Don't know. We got a lot of work to do up there just to get an idea of what the heck is going on. So we got lots to do here. whether or not Montana B works or not, we got plenty to do up there. Um, Negatives are it's roughly 7,000 feet, so it's going to be a while before the snow melts, and so that'll slow us down a bit. And could be either one, Honey Bunny. You could easily get a mini excavator up there without a problem. But that's but that's one of the questions is what's here? Is it on government land? Is it on private land? And like that. Now with an exploration permit in Montana, we should be able to do some trenching and stuff pretty easily. Shouldn't be too hard to get that permitted. But let's say we need to go up there by hand first and get a lay of the land, see what we can find out, and come up with an actual plan of attack. Right now, the plan of attack is, well, let's go take a look and see what we got. Get some kind of idea. Say, we know that this tunnel's here. We know that this fault line is here. We presume this is probably a parallel fault. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, lots of GPSing and stuff. We're going to need to find out where the claim corners are and all this other stuff so that we can, let's say, get a good lay of the land, get an idea. Hopefully, we'll find some pits or something that we can scrape the sides of and see a structure, and it's going to be good enough that we could potentially mine it so we can start kind of uncovering it a little bit and like that. That's our hope. We shall see. Assuming that we find some interesting stuff, we can start trenching across there with a backhoe on the patented claims. Shouldn't be too much trouble, and get a really good idea of what the heck is going on and go from there. Yes, it is under vegetation, but it doesn't look like the soil is too deep. There's trees, there's pine trees, and there's soil that seems to be in the 1 to 2 foot thick range. Not too bad. Good for you, Lars. You're still way too close to Los Angeles for my comfort. But I don't think there's going to be any problem using like a mini excavator to trench down to maybe weathered, but still good bedrock there. Okay. And that's the idea. Hi, Tricky. How's it going? That's kind of our idea. We'll see when we get there. I know further over, let's see, this direction over here, where we did that, if you go back to the video, getting high to stake a claim, okay, that's, right over in here, and kind of on the edge of the flat-ish area, the soil was definitely, only about a foot deep. So it's kind of hard to tell. We'll find out when we get up there. Exactly, Adam. Plus, I say we're going to be looking for previous workings. The assumption is right now that they didn't dig this just for jollies. They had some kind of indication up here, which means they should have dug some holes. 100 years ago, those holes should still exist, even if they're relatively small. Okay. Tricky Dicky is apparently still functional, little one, so that's a good thing.
Hello, Tricky. Hug the babies.
You heard that. Hug the babies. So, that's our assumption. And again, once we get in there and start digging a little bit, taking some samples, crushing them, hand panning them, assaying them, stuff like that. Eva's going to start switching over in the lab to where does that major fault extend at depth? Well, according to the cross section from the geologic map. Where'd you go? There you are. According to the cross section, trying to see what the depth is. Wow. Is that a horizontal? Okay, there's our vertical. I thought so. It goes off scale, near vertical, to a depth of over 6,000 feet below sea level, or roughly 10,000 feet below surface, according to the geologic map. Now, I presume that's very much extrapolated. Tricky wants to know, how's your back doing, little one?
Doing pretty good for the moment.
Okay. Pretty good for the moment, in case you couldn't hear. She did some physical therapy, which helped a lot with the muscle spasms and such. What is it cutting? Oh, primarily the Big Belt Formation. Let's see. Oh, come on. Gotta be careful to keep this out of the thing. Yeah, these are all Big Belt sedimentary and metasedimentary formations. Yep. So I say these are basically siltstones, some quartzites, things like that, shales, that sort of thing. About 1 billion years old, if I'm not mistaken. Been around a while. So it used to be a lake bed out there for quite a while. So, as I say, the fault is just a vertical crack in the rock. It's not a gash, just a crack. No, John. Let's see, just a second. I got... Just checking here. There you go, John. How's that? This is the mine underneath. These are claims here. And these are the various formations. This is the big fault. See how close that comes there? And that is, let's say, 10, 15 miles long and extends to a deep depth. So, I say we got a lot of interesting stuff to do up there. Apparently in August, if nothing else, we got Jeff will be here, so we can look at some stuff there. Dave Van, I don't know if he's still here or not, but he's got something down there further south near Dillon that we need to take a look at. I've got a sample from there. He had it at his house when we were last time in Butte. But I need to get the RC46 running first to crush it up and split it. And then we can assay that and hand pan it too and see what we got. Actually, no, they started kind of parallel to the fault zone and started angling a little bit away from it, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, they weren't trying to hit the fault. So I just say, I'm pretty sure it's a parallel fault. There's another mine near there that's more famous, about a half a mile away. What type of fault is it? That particular fault that is mapped is vertical fault with, a vertical drop on one side of 500 feet or something like that, you know. Say it. I'm pretty sure this is a parallel fault they're looking at. Normal fault. Okay, let me see. I know I've heard it before. Uh, Incline fault. Yeah, this is like a normal fault, but this is basically uh, vertical. It's really, really close to vertical according to the map. Okay, and then one side has dropped, but also tipped a little bit compared to the other side. The things. No, they're parallel. Let's see if I can. I might be able to fold this so that you can kind of see the cross section without. Oh dear, I think there's a label on there that I can't quite get away from. It figures. Let's see, let me fold it this way. I'm trying, folks. Those are just things. Okay, so there's that. Okay. It's basically the fault directly underneath my finger joint there, the one at the first joint from the end of the finger. It's that fault. But that gives you an idea what the supposed subsurface looks like. I'm not sure how accurate geologists working on surface can make a map thousands of feet deep. But yeah, don't know. But it's on the map, so it must be true, right? Come on. What do we got going here now? Oh dear. I got a map that's all misfolded. Life is chaotic and horrible. But anyhow, so I say that's kind of the situation. Hey, Glenn. The other thing is, south of this, a mile or two away, is an intrusion also. So I'll say there's just around here again, it tends to be kind of a mess. There's lots of intrusive bodies. There's lots of faulting. It can get pretty complicated. But we have not had time to actually look at anything. That the one day we were there, only one day before the snow came down the next week and cut it off, was to stake that claim. That was the priority. And so that's what we had to focus on instead of wandering around looking at stuff. So say we shall see what we shall see when we get there. The other potential negative up here is it is grizzly bear habitat, so we will have to take that into account and be appropriately equipped and use appropriate procedures. But shouldn't be anything to worry about. I mean, there's like what, one grizzly bear attack in Montana every 2 years or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot. So just use your head and be careful. Shouldn't be a problem. And let's say it would be nice if we could get into that mine, but the portal is caved, the air shaft is caved, and there's no way we can clear that out and ventilate it in any reasonable effort. That would be Eva, John. I'm not going to do that, okay?
What?
He says, bring someone that's slower than you.
Mm-hmm.
besides knowing her, she go get him, and it would.
I told you, you're safe. Your life insurance is too low. I don't know why you're so worried.
But anyhow, so I say we got a lot of interesting stuff to do up there, and let's say there's a lot of possibilities around here. Jeff understands this is a target rich environment. Now that we got a process that can work, and I agree with Jeff that a 10-ton a day plant would be nice if we find a good possibility. Then let's just say it's not beyond the bounds of reason that something like that couldn't be obtained fairly reasonably. Well, I'm sure we would, although I'm not sure exactly what are we talking where I would put videos up so that people could look at that, or something where we can do like two at once, or something that would be great. I'm just not sure exactly what you're wanting. I mean, we certainly see it on other channels. I'm not skilled enough at that, but we could probably find people who are to um, get where we can have the equivalent of a Zoom meeting and have some other stuff. But yeah, that would be cool if we can make it happen. That'd be great. Probably the next step anyway. Maybe we get Jim back on. But yeah, that'd be good. I mean, because we got people like Rock and Tricky and who knows who else, where else, that people could look at what they're doing, and that would be cool. Yeah, I would think everyone is indicating a positive. I certainly am. So I'm not sure how to get all the software functioning to do it, but I mean, you see it happen all the time. It can't be too big a deal. Although Eva was it you that was saying something that some of the software was like $100 a month um,
yeah,
to
there are some high speed software programs out there that the subscription fees are ridiculous on.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's available. I like the idea.
The other problem I have is a lot of the software program for like mind mapping and shit is only for Apple products. This is an Apple free household.
Don't ask me why.
No Apple.
I like apples. Apples are tasty.
No iPhones.
But anyhow, as a general idea, yeah, I like it. I think that would be great. So we just have to try and figure out how to make it happen. Now, her son can definitely do that. We got Chris, and he's pretty smart at these things too. So I'm sure we can find the expertise we need to put it together. It'd be nice if we had someone who can actually hit the keys on my computer, but we'll see. Sounds like a plan, Tricky. Yeah, we did a Zoom meeting last week with respect to this, other possibility, and Eva's son Ryan from Boston told us. I guess he told you what? Did he send you links or something so you could install the software?
Yeah.
Okay, then so she installed the software. He sent us the link, and then he called up and he talked me through because I was sharing a screen with him so he could see what was on my computer and tell me what to do. And we made it work. So say we should be able to work out something. If nothing else, there's some people here. We can find somebody who knows these things. I don't know, Lauren. If you're still here, is that something that you can do? You seem to be more tech savvy than I am. But yeah, that would be cool. The reason we haven't done anything from Lauren's is his internet in the shop isn't as good as what I've got here. I'm on an Ethernet cable right here. So we'd be kind of limited. So anyhow, I'd love to do that. And then we'd also have the capability to do it with other people too, like, Rock Butcher and such. I'm sure he could come up with some real interesting stuff to input. When you look at all the different people we have and their different fields of expertise, we got a lot of interesting stuff here if we can figure out how to make it integrate properly. Maybe when Rock's done in Arizona, he could swing up north here and then go back over. That would be cool. Oh, 741, huh? Okay. So anyhow, I really like the idea. When you say heavy metal structures, Honey Bunny, are you talking about like structural steel in buildings and things like that? Buildings, bridges, etc.? Or are you talking more artistic endeavors? I presume it's more the former, but I don't know. Okay, Tricky, we'll start looking at some stuff over here too. Okay. Cool, Honey Bunny. Yeah, I feel so inadequate. So many people have done so many things. Yeah, but that's cool. I don't feel inadequate. I feel it's cool to have, to be in a group where you got people who can just sit there and say, "Oh yeah, working on the the North Slope or built bridges and things like that." Yeah, there's all sorts of things I can see that could possibly be improved on the mining thing. But as I say, we're having a good time. It'd be nice to have a 1 to 2 ton an hour jaw crusher that could take 8-inch rocks without a problem, turn it to like 100% passing half inch, and then throw it in a good impact mill. That Stutenroth we have, depending on how sticky the ore is, it can do up to about 500 pounds an hour to 20 mesh minus, but it requires recirculation. It's not self-classifying. Aside from that, and the feed end of that thing, I got some issues with. Again, when things get a little sticky, life gets a little unpleasant. But in terms of the impact section, it's a tough beast, definitely. And I say, you could, when it comes to the pulverization section, they make bigger Stutenroths, or you could scale that up, or there's a lot of possibilities there. But I say, first thing is the jaw crusher, and it'd be nice if somebody. No, I'm pretty good at that myself, Lars. Oh, this looks familiar. Okay.
Howdy, howdy, everybody. Well, absolutely nothing is going on in the news. Yeah. In case you missed it, there are all kinds of videos all over the internet. Our former president got a very good send off from Florida, and he got a very good welcome from sane individuals when he got to New York. That is all we can say on that issue. Now, the goddess is noticing, looking at the mine articles, that there's a whole lot more interest in underwater mining than there was, which I find interesting. The UN, of all people, go figure this one, UN to start taking deep sea mining applications this July. These are the same people who, along with the WEF, if they had their way, would have us living in Z-pods and eating Z-bugs and taking cold showers. Well, at least they would in the developed world, while their carbon credit scheme sucks all the money out of the developed world and sends it everywhere else where pollution is being made. So this is an interesting little thing they're looking at here. The International Seabed Authority, never knew there was one of those, will start accepting applications in July from companies that want to mine the ocean's floor. A decision that came after the UN body spent the last 2 weeks debating standards for the new and controversial practice. Deep sea mining would extract cobalt, copper, nickel, and manganese, key battery materials, from potato-sized rocks called polymetallic nodules on the ocean's floor at depths of 4 to 6 kilometers. That's 2.5 to 4 miles for the non-kilometer people here. They're abundant in the Clarion-Clipperton zone in the North Pacific Ocean between Hawaii and Mexico. Really now. The ISA's governing council formulated a draft decision on Thursday after meeting in Jamaica that allows companies to file permit applications starting on July 9th. That deadline set in motion by actions the island nation of Nauru took in 2021, according to a copy seen by Reuters. The ISA staff would then have 3 business days to inform the council. The council's plans to meet virtually before July to debate further whether the approval of such applications could be delayed once received, according to the document. This deeply irresponsible outcome is a wasted opportunity to send a clear signal that the era of ocean destruction is over, said Louisa Casson of Greenpeace, which opposes the practice due in part to concerns it could harm whales and other wildlife. The Metals Company, which has a deal to supply metals to Glencore plc, is one of the most prominent voices advocating for the practice. Its executives have repeatedly said they believe deep-sea mining would have less impact than traditional mining for battery metals on land. China is a leader in deep-sea mining exploration, but Chile, France, Palau, and Fiji, among other nations, have called for a global moratorium on the practice, citing environmental concerns and a lack of sufficient scientific data.
I think it's scientific data on something that's never been done.
Interesting. The goddess does have her doubts about this underwater mining thing that they're discussing doing. As a matter of fact, the goddess has some pretty significant doubts on that issue. However, these things will happen. And considering all the articles that are out there on it, it looks like it may be happening sooner rather than later. Very, very interesting. Bank depositors fleeing low yields and solvency problems. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Silver led precious metals markets higher last week. Yes, we did. Safe haven demand remains strong despite the rally in stock prices. There are lingering concerns among many investors about the economic outlook, and the troubles in the banking sector are not likely over. The US dollar ended lower on the week while yields on the 10-year Treasury moved higher. Meanwhile, the ongoing flight of depositors remains a problem for banks. The trouble began a few weeks ago when concerns over solvency at some small and regional banks prompted depositors to move funds to larger banks designated too big to fail. The FDIC and Fed expanded federal deposit guarantees and added emergency liquidity. A couple of weeks have now passed since the last bank failure. Depositors continue withdrawing funds, however. If they withdraw them and don't redeposit them, they're smart. If they withdraw them and redeposit them in a bigger bank, no. Gotta go the other way. The emphasis is now just as much about obtaining a reasonable yield as it is concerns about bank solvency. Hundreds of billions of dollars are pouring into money market funds where depositors can get yields on their money multiple times what is available in their bank's deposit accounts. Losing depositors due to paltry yields could lead to even more problems for the troubled banks. Absent a complete reversal in monetary policy and a push back toward zero interest rates, the banks are going to have a very hard time competing. Another wave of bank failures may not be far away. Demand for physical bullion continued at a record high pace last week. Investors who have not been lulled to sleep by recent assurances from Yellen the felon and the rally in stocks are preparing for more troubles ahead. Yes, indeed, they are. It has been rather fascinating, as a matter of fact. The goddess spent a lot of time wandering around the online metal sites, the ones that normally are sending emails that say and push notifications on your phone that say flash sale, $1.99 over spot on buffaloes, any quantity, etc., etc. There are none. That's kind of funny. It's also kind of funny that 90% is pretty much becoming impossible to find. And when you do find it, it's pretty much impossible to find under about 22 times phase, 23 times phase. And 40%, the red-headed stepchild of American coinage, the stuff nobody ever wants, is disappearing as well. That is disturbing, people. That is just very disturbing. China's gold gambit, outfoxing America on the world stage, wouldn't be the first time. Unless you live under a rock, and some days I wish I did, all eyes are on which bank will fail next. We knew this was coming. Decades of zero interest rate policy, QE, and risky fractional reserve practices have consequences. Superpowers like Russia and China are eyeing America's financial vulnerabilities while the Fed, Congress, Treasury, and Wall Street play musical chairs and trip over each other like Keystone Cops. Wow, that's insulting to Keystone Cops. Recently, the US and NATO have discussed sanctioning China if it supplies arms to Russia. This would backfire. Yeah.
Again?
U.S. sanctions on Russia appear to have failed, if not backfired. Likewise, sanctions against China may be disastrous for these reasons. China is the second largest foreign holder of U.S. debt, $900 billion in treasuries, while Japan has $1.1 trillion. In 2021, China's GDP was roughly 10 times larger than Russia's. Chinese banks had more than 30 times as many assets as Russian banks that we know of. This is the qualifier nobody ever accounts for, but it is crucial with these other countries. Total foreign investment in China was more than 6 times the amount that had flowed into Russia. China is the world's top trading economy and the number one exporter of manufactured goods by a wide margin. Say what you want about the Chinese, but they plan really well, okay? China is the largest lender to emerging market economies. The goddess would qualify that China is the most able extorter of emerging market economies, because when China loans money to those economies like South Africa et al., the strings attached to that money really, really can be a problem. Okay. The Belt and Road Project includes 65% of the world. And who is left outside looking in? The answer is Uncle Sam. China has been connecting Africa, Asia, and Europe. Chinese officials admit they're stockpiling gold as their powerful magnet to attract allies in their economic war against Team West. Beijing says it has signed cooperation documents with 149 countries and 32 international organizations while taking on 3,000 projects. China states its goal is to expand to over 200 countries and has spent $1 trillion as part of Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative to open cross-border trade routes. Honduras recently stated plans to open diplomatic relations with China. Now I'm really scared. Wow, Honduras. Mexico has also signed on. What else is new? Mexico is the second most robust economy in Latin America, which isn't saying much these days. Brazil is number one, which also isn't saying much these days, and they're also on board. The Belt and Road Initiative is nicknamed the Golden Road. It is the largest infrastructure project in human history, connecting 65% of the world's population and 50% of the global GDP. Moreover, it links these countries through bridges, roads, railways, and maritime channels. Now think about the demand for silver. Building out new physical and digital infrastructure for 65% of the world requires metals, including silver. More to the point, about something like 23 times more copper than silver. In fact, more copper than is produced by all the copper mines in the world over a several year period per year. But that's an entirely other story here, okay? This is huge for silver and equally significant for de-dollarization. This is our word of the week. And it's all settling on a potential Chinese gold-backed digital yuan. The goddess may dig into that one, because right there you have a problem. Gold backed to what percent? Digital is the problem here, because if you don't hold it, buddy, you don't own it, okay? We have seen how much digital money manages to go poof, never to be seen again. Interesting, that is. Countries increasingly do not trust each other's fiat currencies. Well, no shit, Sherlock. However, they do trust gold and silver. Gold plays a vital role in the financial reserves for China and these emerging economies. Below are some gold-centered talking points on how China influences new countries to sign on to their trade union. China targets emerging markets incentivized to accumulate gold as part of their reserves. This manages risk from currency holdings while also promoting stability during economic turmoil. Gold offers a hedge against the eroding purchasing power of currencies, mainly the US dollar. Due to inflation, gold has an inverse correlation with the US dollar. Gold prices tend to rise when the dollar falls in value, protecting central banks from volatility. The Chinese are speaking to over 149 countries about joining a gold-backed currency to take down the US being the global reserve currency. Well, gee, never in a million years could anybody have possibly seen that happening back in the 70s. Really now. They conduct their business proposals in business suits using face-to-face old-school diplomacy methods. The goddess approves of that one. In the past 3 weeks, while the domestic media has been saying nothing is wrong with the economy and your bank deposits are safe, China has been brokering deals with Russia, Iran, and Saudi Arabia, among others. The Biden administration is weaponizing the US dollar via sanctions. In response, more countries are moving to escape. Smart countries. Dollar depreciation, inflation, is a direct consequence of ZERP, financing endless wars and a wave of bailouts within a system that privatized profits and socialized losses. Yes, America's biggest export to the world for a long time, since the petrodollar was born, has been inflation. Just saying. In closing, look at who has brought gold over the past 20 years. How many Western nations do you see on this list below? Number 1, Russia. Number 2, China. Number 3, Turkey, India, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, Poland, and Mexico. The top 10. There are no Western nations on that list. There are quite a few nations on that list that dislike us. Just saying. Of course, it's not like we are worthy of blanket approval at this point, or at any former point either, for that matter. And it's not like we were ever really that popular. If you take a look at the relations that the U.S. has had with the world since about 1913 or so, right around the time things started to hit the fan, most of our relations with the world have been fairly adversarial. Point in fact, the world loves us when they need our military. The world loves us when they need our piggy bank. The world loves us when they need our surplus food that used to be given to American citizens through the commodities program and now all disappears to the developing world. Never mind the fact that Americans, some of them, are going hungry at the moment. Just saying. But in general, not too many people actually like us, which is kind of turning out to be a problem because we were dumbass enough to offshore most of our critical infrastructure and most of our manufacturing in the name of the profit of the almighty dollar, thanks to regulatory jihad and taxation and other forms of legal theft levied against our industries. Just saying. Oh, and you might consider going to Zero Hedge. They have some very interesting articles right now, like the one about don't talk about Nord Stream. The Washington Post, of all people, of all the organizations and all, in the world, WashPo, the Washington Post, accidentally blew a whole lot of holes in the official narrative surrounding Nord Stream. And the secondary narrative surrounding the luxury yacht with the people that blew up Nord Stream that were definitely not professionals and definitely not affiliated with any government anywhere. And of course, the Plan C narrative about fishermen using dynamite to fish illegally kind of died in the water almost immediately because it was just so ridiculous. But yeah, we're not supposed to talk about Nord Stream now. So we won't talk about Nord Stream, but Zero Hedge talks about it very well. Just so you know, gold closed today at $1,978.10. It had a high of $1991.60, and futures went over $2,000. Silver closed at $23.84, which is darn good for silver. Just saying, gold futures close above $2,000 for the first time since March 2022. It has been a little over a year ago that gold futures traded and closed above $2,000 per ounce. On March 8th, 2022, gold futures opened above $2,000 per ounce, traded to a high at $2,078 and closed at approximately $2,043. Even though gold futures were able to close well above $2,000, the price point was unsustainable. On the following day, gold opened at $20.60, and strong selling pressure drove prices back below $2,000 to close at $19.88. 2 weeks ago, gold challenged the key psychological level of $2,000 per ounce on 3 occasions. However, gold was unable to sustain gains above $2,000 on each occasion. Today, the most active June 2023 futures contract opened at 1990, traded to a high of 2008, and as of 5:40 p.m. Eastern is fixed at $2,001.70. Gold futures gained $15.50. Bullish market sentiment for gold has been evident since November of last year after hitting a triple bottom at approximately 1620 from September to November. November 3rd marked the lowest value of the triple bottom and the end of a multi-month correction. The first leg of the current bull market moved gold from 1620 to 1975 during the first week of February. The chart above is a chart with a lot of red and green lines and fancy dotted lines and things. You can go look at it at Kitco. It's got a triangle on it. It's got a couple of triangles on it. It is a symmetric triangle chart pattern with a lower ascending triangle, and this apparently means good news. The goddess can tell you it's definitely good news because everybody is having trouble getting their hands on precious metals, both gold and silver. And Grizzly, golden coin, in Helena is part of a chain that covers part of Idaho and part of Montana, and they're opening a new store in Great Falls real soon, so good for them. If you're ever in Montana, buy from them. They're really good people. You may have noticed that something kind of funny is going on with oil. Obviously, the goddess and Professor Hard Rock here don't mess around with mining oil. I mean, it's messy, it's dirty, it's probably complicated, and, stuff like that. Besides, it's not nearly as fun. That said, a couple of days ago now, well, this story actually starts several weeks ago. As we all know, a while back, our government decided they were going to put some sort of sanctions on Russia because they didn't want Mod Vlad, the invader, selling his oil. This did not go well because, unsurprisingly, Mod Vlad turned around and started selling his oil east instead of selling his oil west. China was more than happy to buy his oil. India was more than happy to buy his oil. And the funny part is, once you buy a bunch of this liquid and you all dump all the liquid all together in the same big giganto tanks all over the place, nobody quite knows where it's from. So it's easy for countries like India to make a big pile of money buying oil from Russia at a slightly discounted rate and mixing that oil with oil they get from other places and marking that oil up and selling it to the West. So that whole stopping Mod Vlad the invader from buying oil, from selling oil, was not doing us that well. It just wasn't working out all that well. It still isn't working out that well because more and more countries, once they discovered that it's kind of difficult to keep the lights on without fossil fuel, have been finding ways to get their oil from Mod Vlad the invader, or from other BRICS nations, or from other OPEC nations, most of whom hate the United States, which, frankly, the goddess can kind of see the point here, okay? So all this stuff has been going on for months and months and months now. In the middle of it all, the BRICS nations have become more and more vocal about conducting trades of all kinds in alternate currencies, as opposed to the U.S. World Reserve, global reserve currency, the petrodollar. In fact, they've even been buying and selling oil in currencies other than the petrodollar, which could be mildly inconvenient for the country who supposedly and ostensibly owns this world reserve currency. It would be even more inconvenient when people take a close look at the finances that are supposedly behind said world currency. So, where are we today? Well, let's see here. Last I checked, about 32 trillion with a T in debt. Last I checked, about 148 trillion with T in unfunded liabilities. Last I checked, servicing the debt meaning paying the interest, not the principal on said debt, in a couple of years here is going to outstrip the military budget and most of the entitlement budget out there. Just saying. As a matter of fact, we've gone over 100% of our gross domestic product at this point, which is kind of a little bit problematic. Okay? And then we have the current regime. Lord Malarkey and Company, who have been shutting down critical metals mining, who have been shutting down critical minerals mining, who have been shutting down and restricting mining of fossil fuels, who have thrown so many spanners in the regulatory machinery that many of the refineries and storage facilities for the oil and gas we do make in the United States that were destroyed in past natural disasters like various hurricanes, etc., are not being rebuilt because nobody wants to spend multiple billions of dollars building a facility that the government may decide needs to go away in a relatively short order. Now, as a little side note here, after claiming that they definitely positively did not want to ban gas stoves, they admitted they want to ban gas stoves. After absolutely positively declaring that no, the latest rumor that they were going to ban air conditioners is a vast right-wing conspiracy. Well, the regulations say otherwise. They're seriously going to screw up the air conditioner market. They are banning incandescent bulbs and the halogen bulbs that act like incandescent bulbs. The goddess is not entirely sure how that works, but those are all going away real soon here. Like in a couple of months, they'll be disappearing rapidly, left, right, and sideways. Oh, and you know that vast right-wing conspiracy about washing machines and dryers? Yeah, well, turns out that's not a conspiracy either. It is very, very difficult these days, as a side note, to be a tinfoil hat goddess because all the conspiracy theories have an average 3-month shelf life now. It's really depressing. It used to be a conspiracy had time to blossom. It had time to age like fine wine. So when you finally proved you were right, it was really a thing of beauty. Now it's old news. I mean, excuse me, that's just totally unacceptable here. But at any rate, so more and more people started doing their oil business outside of the petrodollar. Naturally, this caught the attention of our dear friends in Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia has been chained to the petrodollar, and they weren't exactly happy about that, but it worked to their advantage. Well, they have been snubbing Lord Malarkey and Company. They're now having official talks and hosting officials from Syria in Saudi Arabia. They recently have had fantastic meetings with all kinds of interesting people other than American officials. Well, I will say this. Lady Heels Up apparently was teaching people in various African nations all about American word salad recently. It was hilarious. It made zero sense, but it was hilarious. She's very good at that. So now here we are with de-dollarization well underway. And it should be noted that some of our media is actually beginning to talk about de-dollarization. Naturally, they are saying that de-dollarization is nothing at all of consequence. It's not going to be a problem in the least. And by the way, even if it were a problem, it's actually really a good thing, just like everything else they come out with. So we shall see what we shall see in that regard. You might want to start watching the spread between the price of regular gasoline by the gallon and the price of diesel fuel by the gallon in your area. Because normally, when the economy is going well, said spread is around $1 plus or minus 10 cents. When the economy goes to shit, said spread usually drops around 60 cents. Currently in Helena, Montana, said spread is 55 cents as of today. This is an ominous development. Just saying. Gold is still on sale. Silver is really, really, really still on sale. You might consider stacking some copper too, because that stuff is going to disappear pretty fast when it disappears. And as always, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Bye. And I bet you didn't even leave me an English muffin.
I didn't eat an English muffin.
Okay, good. Then you left me an English muffin.
So what's the bet? I win. I win. Okay, everyone. Tell him you want him to get back here. Okay? They're missing you, Jim. Your fans, they're missing you. Chris says bye. Shaggy says, have a nice one. Everyone else, apparently Jim just showed up. See? See, Jim? They want you. They need you. Or at least better looking ones than mine, huh? It's so funny because I go to, a number of doctors, but two of them, my GP is the sister of the surgeon that made the boo-boo on me last year, So I get to joke around with that. Yeah, your brother, yeah, this latest one did a lot better than the last time. That's right, Jim. I told you. I can't keep the quality by myself. It's just not there. Even with Eva, who's much better than me, there's just not enough to go around. We need your amazing screen presence. Okay? So, anyhow, for all the late shower-uppers, of which there were a few, we have very little we did last week. Finished, re-eluting some resin, didn't get hardly any results. Tested, we made and then tested out the new 500 watt heater. That worked out pretty well. And so that was basically it. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm planning on going fishing. Ha. So next couple of weeks are going to be kind of slow for me. So if Jim had something, people wouldn't be so so frustrated and angry at me. But then things will pick up. So the basic information is relatively minor. Ask questions probably be the best thing to get something interesting going on here. Catch me a muskie? Unlikely. Which pun was that? Terrible pun, Keith. I think that was Honey Bunny. But anyhow, not going to catch a muskie where I'm at, I'm pretty sure.
You're not known for being punny, okay?
Yep. But I do have a shot at maybe getting a walleye or two. We shall see. Probably just a bunch of rainbows, or several rainbows. I usually catch at least one or two good sized ones, but Eva only wants the smaller ones, which are tastier. Of course, all the walleyes I can catch are good. So I say we shall see what we shall see. I'm just getting tired of sitting around. I need to get out and do something.
You need to make that fishing license worth buying, dude.
We didn't get to go after the lingcod this season, and that's because the ice is already rotten. It went from being pretty solid to pretty rotten in about a week. So
can you only catch them when it's icy?
No, you just have to use different techniques.
Well, you can still catch one.
Yeah, but I got to do it at night, I hear. You have to use stinky bait at night.
Stinky bait at night, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds really kind of creepy.
Yeah. You bet, Shaggy. So, as I say, we shall see what we shall see. But I'm just going to take it easy the next week or two while that road to the ranch dries out a bit. And then we need to start working on those mills, get it running and such. And we shall go from there. But then we'll have to get the lab rolling again out at the ranch. Then get into, field work. Well, I got to get a truck fixed too, but that's in process. Building a friction mill. By that, do you mean like a disc grinder sort of mill? Is that what you're talking about, Honey Bunny? Roller mills are pretty efficient for what they do in terms of taking small rocks, gravel basically, and turning it into coarse sand. Then they kind of lose their efficiency. But for that stage, they do a pretty good job of turning small rocks into coarse sand with minimal wear and energy. But then you gotta get a little bit more intense. And another thing we're looking at doing too, we got to get that RC46. It looks like the toggle plate has worn to the point where the bottom of the movable jaw is too far away from the fixed jaw, so that too big of rocks make it through and can jam up in the rollers. Plus, we need to check things out. The idea is, in the future, if we can find some good alloy steel tubing, something that, especially if it would work harden, then we need to, yeah, exactly, Chris. We're going to see about getting, let's say, a good, so especially work hardenable tube. and then machine the rollers to the right size where we can press fit the sections of tube onto the outside so we can basically recover them with shells. And that way, when they wear out, they'd be fairly easy to replace. And we shall just have to see how that all works out. But I think I've got enough left on them for now to basically get through this season of sampling. But I'm going to need that for sampling, and that's going to require finer pulverization. Look at what Chris is saying there, Honey Bunny. If you take your, tire tread to line your mill, it'll last a lot longer. That's for sure. But as I say, we're looking at doing that. If we could find the proper tubing to make shells for the RC46, then anyone else that had an RC46, once their rollers got worn down to a particular size, and they could take them out, have a machinist lathe them to the precise size, and then press fit the shells on, and go from there. Because that would make a big difference. Those things used to be $500 each. My guess is that now they're probably closer to $1,000 each. Whereas a 6-inch piece of, heavy wall tubing isn't going to be terribly expensive. So that's kind of our evil plan. We'll see what we can find. But yeah, that's one of those situations where I'm pretty much getting to the limit of my adjustment on those rollers at this point. Pretty soon I'll have to take the lock nut and put it inside because I just don't have any more threads on the outside. Yeah, Honey Bunny. The problem is when you're making machines in small quantities, you lose that economy of scale thing. So that makes it kind of difficult. But I'd like to see, decent quality jaw crushers. And would a 100-pound propane tank work? It would be better than nothing, Lars. It would depend. You've only got so much of a charge in there. I think they're looking more in the general 100-gallon tanks or like that. And I say it's we really don't have a lot of equipment to work from. For the kind of size stuff we're looking at, call it roughly 1 or 2 ton an hour size range. They're generally either bigger than that or smaller than that, and that's frustrating. Oh. Where do you get? What's the best rod to get? Chris, old axles maybe? Axle shafts? Okay. Yeah, you can probably get like old worn out semi-truck axle shafts too. That'd be pretty good size. Oh, yes, it can be, Honey Bunny, because you're grinding the gold too. You want to get mineral liberation, but you don't want to overgrind the gold if you can avoid it. I haven't noticed any harmonics on that, Jeff. No problem. It runs pretty smoothly. If you're leaching, Honey Bunny, then yeah, no real problem, except settling and filtration becomes an issue. That's why also over grinding is wasted energy and wear material. But to some extent, you can reduce that by simply increasing the throughput so that it goes through faster, it doesn't grind as much. And that would help. But this is where testing is really important. Because say over grinding is a waste. It creates slimes, it creates all kinds of problems, and it takes more energy and more wear parts. So you really want to find out exactly how much you have to grind it to get good recovery. In our case, we're doing it at 20 mesh, and we're getting 85% recovery pretty quickly. So I say it's you want to do tests. That's why I have the bottle roll. That does my agitation tank simulation just fine. You can use column, just pipe on end if you're doing the simulation of a heap leach or a vat leach. But I say it's desirable not to overgrind if you can avoid it. I say that overgrinding provides no benefits. Overgrinding being grinding more than you have to get to the gold. So say that's where you got to test, find out what you need to make it work efficiently. When we were doing our initial bottle roll testing on the Montana B ore, the manufacturer said pH 11 to 11.5. We got better results at 10 to 10.5. If you're going to do flotation or gravity separations, you don't want to overgrind. It doesn't, the froth flotation doesn't work on really, really fine particles. So I say that's where you do your test runs and, sieve it to different sizes and see what works and what doesn't, then optimize. More time testing equals more efficiency running. Jeff said, report from the Yukon a bit where they took black sands in a roller mill, and when they ground it, the magnetite broke down into small particles, but the gold flattened out and therefore could be caught on a screen. Interesting. So, yeah, the main thing is always test, see what works, what doesn't, and then vary your parameters and see which direction leads you better, and try and get it at pretty close to the peak of your recovery and effort and costs, and so you minimize costs and you maximize your recoveries. Yeah, it behaves differently. Absolutely. But yeah, spend a lot of time testing. I know that the guy I work with here, he's like, "Are you ever going to be done testing?" Answer, not really. You're always testing. If nothing else, just to make sure that what you're doing is still working. The rock hasn't changed sufficiently to screw you up. That can happen too, you know. But
in a surprisingly short period of time.
Yeah. The other thing is, if I was knowledgeable enough to be able to predict basically everything from first principles, I'd have to be really, really smart. Whereas to optimize something from simple trial and error, you don't have to be nearly as knowledgeable or smart. You just have to be more patient. So, in my case, that it's better to be patient than smart because I only got so much smarts to go around, and they're getting smaller every day. Uh, but yeah, and if you have an idea, saying, "Well, will this work?" If you can do it on a small scale, cheap, give it a shot. So, all the theory in the world has to collapse in front of a one undisputable fact. So give it a shot. See if it makes things better. If it does, try more. See if it makes things better yet. Simple process. Just takes time. That's what SpaceX does. Well, we think we got it. Let's launch this baby. Oh, no, that didn't work. Okay, what did we screw up? How can we fix that? Okay, now let's try it again. You know, it goes a lot faster and in some cases cheaper. You know, an inexpensive failure is, often advances you quicker and less expensively than real expensive successes. We spent 10 years figuring out every little detail and it worked. It's like, fine. We spent 4 years figuring out what blew up and it's fine now. Yeah, exactly, Jim. That's my basic philosophy. Try it on a small scale. If it works, scale it up. If it still works, keep going. Certain things will tend to scale much more reliably than other things. For example, are eluting the resin. Well, are you doing one cartridge at a time or 3 cartridges at a time? What's the difference? It's just 3 exact identical things. Not a whole lot of difference. On the other hand, if you want to take a 1 ton an hour crushing and grinding circuit and turn it to a 10 ton an hour crushing and grinding circuit, where do your bottlenecks happen? How does it change? What things become problems that weren't before? It becomes more difficult to predict. So, yeah, just try it, see what happens, then go from there. That's why I say the heating element. What's wrong with a stainless steel heating element? I don't know, but they don't last in my chemicals. So got to do something else. If that had been a $700 heating element, I'd been really upset. And as Jim says, if you can't get it to work on a small scale, what makes you think it's going to work on a larger scale? If anything else, it's less likely to work because you got more variables and complexities in general. So yeah, it gets tedious and sometimes repetitive, but yeah, it's worth it. So, by the way, I don't know if you know, Jim, but last year, Eva and I moved and processed 13 and a half tons of ore, just the 2 of us. Not too bad, huh? Too bad the grade wasn't there. Oh, so I'll say I'm pretty satisfied with our level of effort, not satisfied with our level of results. But I don't think it was, we're responsible per se. It's just sometimes things don't go as planned. But yeah, we learned a lot, and we overcame a lot of obstacles. Wouldn't surprise me, Chris. Oh. Well, anyone got any questions or any subjects you'd like addressed? I got to get my beauty rest so I can go fishing. That's okay. I can't go fishing until about noon anyhow. Yeah, I would think so, Chris. I've seen vibratory mills that are fairly small, but an actual ball mill, you got to have that gravity bringing it down so it can smash. There you go, Chris. You got a question there. I'm guessing it has to do with getting even action across an area. When you're near the edges, it's not going to work exactly the same. Let's see if I got that one right. Ball mills can only get so small before they stop working usefully. From Chris Georgie. Jeff Bybee. Chris, can you elaborate on jigs, please? Minor Jim. Absolutely, Chris. Okay. Have you hit live chat, or are you still on top chat, Chris? We're persona non grata. What's new? So anyhow, the question is, can you elaborate on why jigs are hard to scale down? Okay. Let me get my water here. So, Chris, is it relatively easy to explain why scaling down doesn't work too well on jigs? Okay. Got that, Chris. Basically, it's settling at a particular velocity, and you're kind of trying to slow that down in a very specific manner. Huh. Weird, Jim. It can, honey bunny. Yep, you're absolutely right. Some scale projections are much more reliable than others. I say, in the case of if you're just going to put more things in parallel, that's usually a fairly straightforward prediction. But if you're changing the size of things, it gets potentially more problematic. For example, if you got one truck going from town A to town B every day and it hauls so much stuff, then putting another truck on that line will probably work until you get to the point where their interference in loading, offloading, or things like that. But if you want a bigger truck, now it takes longer to load and offload and things like that. Okay, Chris. Yeah, trying to keep it as simple as possible is always good, honey bunny. How well does that work, Jeff? Yep, that's another possibility, honey bunny. Yep. So certain things, you know, work better or not. Well, see, that's true, honey bunny. But then the question becomes, how big is your ore body? What's your capital investment, and what's your recovery time? How long is it before you're paying that off? Things like that. Sometimes small trucks make more sense than big trucks, but usually in a smaller operation. You know, and again, like underground, how high is your drift? If you're working something like a coal seam, you don't want to make it any higher than you have to. If you were running big trucks, well, then you got to dig a lot of waste rock and such. Whereas if the truck is only 3 feet tall, yeah, that's the idea, Chris. I built it that way. It not so much. It's just super rich ores tend to be in uh, smaller structures, so that you have to be more selective in your mining. And obviously, if you've got like a bucket 12 feet wide, you can't mine a 2 foot vein efficiently. That's where you need like an excavator or something with a smaller bucket. So there's just different, every situation is different, and you see what makes sense in that situation. You just have to keep your mind open and thinking. And the other thing I think is really important is to have a bunch of people look at the same question and then listen to all of their feedback. Exactly, Jim. But yeah, it's the sort of thing I find that Lauren is really good at coming up with answers. Sometimes I'm really good at coming up with answers. Between the two of us, we can usually come up with a good answer. Yeah, honey bunny, you don't want to buy equipment until you know exactly what you need. Small stuff, because you're doing it on a lab or pilot scale, makes perfect sense because you're going to need that. So I agree. Like that RC46 has proved invaluable. I mean, it only does about 500 pounds an hour or so. Well, they said it did more than that, but I'm not exactly sure. I mean, in optimum situation, it might, but yeah. But that thing is versatile and extremely portable. I mean, the first year we were up here checking things out, we took it with us. We towed it, behind us in a trailer, and then we would be out at a location, and we would crush, split a sample, and pan a sample right there. And that way, if we found anything, we could immediately expand the sampling in that particular area. And that's what we'll be doing this summer too. The plan is we'll take the RC46 with us up to the top of the hill. So as we're doing samples, we'll be taking a sample, crushing it, splitting it, separating typically 2 bags, off to the side, but then actually panning a sample too, so that if there's something there, then we can jump on it right away. 3-ton hoist already. Yeah, if it's cheap, it's cheap. Exactly. Mobile assay lab when? Have no idea.
When I wish.
But where we're going, top of the hill is kind of a steep, bumpy road. Not horrible, but nevertheless, it's not the easiest thing to get up there. So I'm not sure when we'd have that. But as long as we can get a correlate, again, because we're looking for high grade stuff in general. And so, like even at Montana B, I could spot the high grade in the pan. I could say, yep, there's some decent stuff there. Keith says it's something to do about the computer program that processes OPEX payments. There's been only one used globally, but it's owned by the West and not BRICS. BRICS is getting their own processor also now too, huh?
Yeah.
Well, smart for them. Actually, the RC46 has its own gasoline engine, honey bunny. But I say that's the basic idea. By doing the hand panning for the microfine gold, we can usually identify stuff that's interesting to us in the field in real time. And so that is a huge advantage to be able to, take samples and then go, okay, there's something interesting there. And then kind of, well, what rock is it? What does it look like? How about, oh, there's some of that rock. Yeah, you could, but gasoline's still readily available, honey bunny. That's pretty simple. Who knows what we're going to have to do in the future, but yeah. I say it's running a 13 horsepower Honda engine with a 6-to-1 gear reduction. It was so funny. Last year, we got a new engine for it because it was getting pretty worn. And so they bought this engine and they didn't realize it didn't have the gear reduction. I installed the thing. It's like, these belts are the wrong length. What the heck's going on? So I had to go get some different belts, fired it up. Oh my God.
You said it was like a chipmunk on crack.
Yeah, it was just going crazy. I mean, even at idle, it's like, something's wrong here. And that's what that particular engine that it uses. It has an internal 6-to-1 gear reduction, and that's why things were a little, they didn't line up right, etc. But yeah, I say it's an extremely useful tool, but the hand panning is not precise, but it will usually give you actionable intelligence. As I recall, that was like our 6th or 7th mine we were at, and in no case prior to that did we get any hand pannable gold of any significance, and the assays came back crapola also.
Yeah.
So I say it worked pretty good, but the results I was seeing in the pan were more like 0.05, maybe a 0.1, and they were off by a factor of 10. Because again, I was only getting that 10 or 20% of the gold that was bigger than 500 mesh. And so that, as I say, it makes for a very useful tool. But looking at those pans, I was radically misguesstimating what it was. But once I correlated that with some assays, then it's a different story. but the speed with which you can do that, assuming the ore is not sticky, and everything was within, I don't know, 200 yards, I could probably do 20 to 30 bucket size samples in a day by myself, you know, and get actionable results. Again, especially in something like what we're planning to do with Top of the Hill, where we really don't know, that's where it comes in real handy to be able to just take a sample, process it, see what comes out like that. So again and again and again and again, pretty soon you hone in on the best stuff. Probably you run your assays to confirm these things and to calibrate the hand panning and go from there. You're also going to pick up your sulfides, your iron, your iron oxides, things like that. You're going to concentrate those also. So you'll get a good idea about that. Say it's just a extremely useful technique in the early exploration process because of its simplicity, its speed, its low expense, fact that you can do it all in the field. If you're not crushing, if you don't have a crusher, you can just take the sample and screen it. Just screen it to like 30 mesh. It'll work. Again, you're not going to get good quality results, but you'll get actionable results, and you don't even need a crusher. So I say it's a really, really good option in the early exploration phase. It's super, super useful. So as I say, that's what we'll be doing this this summer up there. I'm pretty sure we can haul the RC46 on a flatbed trailer along with the quad and stuff like that. So if we're hauling the quad, the RC46, splitter, water, things like that. Yeah, that's some pretty serious stuff. I'm just taking water, honey bunny. I say it's, and in terms of speed, I can do a sample in 5 minutes. No hazardous materials, no special protective gear, whatever. Boom, done. So to say it's extremely, extremely useful. It's just not precise. It's kind of like using an angle grinder instead of a machine tool. Machine tool will do a much better job, but it costs a lot more money and can take a lot of setup time. For a hand grinder, a lot of rough stuff you can do with a hand grinder quick and get what you need. It may not be the perfect surface finish, it may not be the perfect dimensions, but it's good enough for the job. And that's what we're talking about here. It's good enough to do the job. So that is the plan for this summer up there, because we're going to need to, oh God, we got to cover a lot of area. We're going to be exploring. That's an interesting thought, honey bunny. You could use just a large tire as you're crushing, for a ball mill, like a heavy equipment tire on a couple of rollers. That might make a bodacious ball mill. That could work. Yeah, I like that idea. Because you just, by adding water at a particular rate, you get an overflow. That's an interesting idea. I like it. But anyhow, that's the basic plan, and we'll need like a decent supply of water. But we can use 5-gallon jugs. You don't need a whole lot, and the um, the water can be settled and reused without too much difficulty. When it starts getting nasty, just pour it into a bucket and get some more water. We did, I don't know, in a single trip, we do dozens of samples in a couple of days. No creeks that I'm aware of at this particular spot that flow year round. I mean, we are on top of the mountain. Literally, top of the mountain.
Yeah, Trump charged with 34 felony counts will get special treatment.
Yeah. So can I dig a pond up there? Have no clue. Long way in the future. Don't need it for testing. Not sure whether we'd want to set up a mill up there just because of the weather issues. It'll shut you down early in the fall and it'll take longer in the spring and stuff like that. There's a creek down below a couple of miles by road. Well, more like 3 or 4 miles by road. And then there's a nice creek down there. So it wouldn't take too much to, get some more water if you needed it. You wouldn't have to go a long, long distance. But as far as I know, there's none directly up there. I don't recall seeing anything that looked like water holes for cattle. Do you, little one?
Nope.
I don't recall seeing anything like that. So I just don't know. But for testing, for the initial testing, some 5-gallon jugs will work fine. After that, we'll just have to see what we find. But probably the next stage would be to haul ore to a pilot scale mill site. Once we theoretically delineate a potential ore body and the metallurgical techniques that we want to apply to it, then we'd set up, a test mill. Might be at the ranch, might be somewhere else. Hard to tell. And go from there. But I'm sure, Miner Jim. I say but I'm sure there's somebody there that you could buy it from. I say it's one of those things that if you were to have a water wagon and be sucking out of a creek, I'm sure that would get some. If you just had a 5-gallon jug, probably wouldn't be nearly as big an issue. But as I say, that's the sort of thing that we've done it before where we just hauled everything. We didn't need to get any water during the trip. But I say, assuming that we needed water in the middle of a trip, we could always just take the truck and go down the hill somewhere and get some water. Whether let's say buy it from someone or go to town. Where we're at on top of the hill, nobody. Yeah, I say to do the hand panning, 3 5-gallon jugs can be, reused and stuff. You could do 50, 100 samples. Not a big deal. Because again, you don't lose too much water when you're panning essentially a pound, or actually more like a kilogram. not a problem. So you start getting bigger stuff, like say you wanted to do gravity extraction. Yeah, then like hauling water up in an IBC might make sense if you're trying gravity extraction up there as opposed to hauling the ore downhill. Again, we'll just have to see what the heck we find up there. We may not find anything to speak of. I don't know. We shall see what we shall see. It may turn out that it's a large low grade ore body that, wind up just leasing it to a big mining company. I have no clue. I just don't know. Really a crapshoot at this point. So say we're just going to have to get up there and do some work before we have any idea, and go from there. But yeah, for sampling purposes, water is not a real constraint. I'd say like 3 5-gallon jugs will be plenty.
Holy shit.
Well, getting an IBC full of water up there is not going to be that easy, Chris. That's typically what, about a ton for an IBC? It'd be a little bit of work. Yeah, I'm sure, Jim. It's all owned by somebody. And as I say, luckily, I don't need to worry about that probably this season. I would think that before we worried about hauling any water up the hill of any significant amount, we'd be in next season. We might haul a fair amount of ore down the hill right now. Yeah, they'd probably catch you, honey bunny. People in Montana keep an eye on things. But as I say, for testing, I don't see an issue. And once we get through the testing, then there'll be some serious planning, and we can worry about that. I know a place where last time, what did we pay for those IBCs? $40?
Yeah, 45 bucks.
Yeah, $40 each.
And because they used to hold motor oil, we were able to salvage almost 5 gallons of oil.
Yeah, and since they were old motor oil totes for a truck stop or something, so we got 5 gallons of motor oil, good clean motor oil.
Penthouse, no less.
Yeah, it's synthetic, no less. It's like sweet. But
I'll tell you, I own this friggin' hospital.
Yeah, I say the water for testing is not a problem. When it comes to production, pilot scale production, we'll see what we do at the time. We'll just have to see. Oh, getting itchy. Want to get up in the hills, but I don't even have a truck right now. So I'm kind of limited. But as soon as that road out to the ranch is in decent shape, I got several days of work out there getting things up and running again. So not a problem there. We'll just see what we got. Anyhow, any other questions or anything? Yeah, you always want to reuse your water where you can, honey bunny. Absolutely. And depending on the situation, you may be able, I'm not sure, Jim, setting up a catchment on top of a mountain like that, is that going to be something that's going to be difficult to permit or something? Yeah, I'm really curious too, because I have no idea what we're going to find out.
I'm going to try one.
Okay. They're weird looking. Well, it's broken still. I would imagine you'd do so, Jim. Set up a pond up there. Just a little catchment pond, and then it snows on the patented claims in the winter, and then as it it melts during the spring. You catch it on your same claim. You know, but Goldstream, I say the truck's still. It's got the coolant leak thingy that's going. It's either a head gasket or a cracked head. But my son-in-law is going to bring me a brand new engine in a month and a half. Well, not a brand new, but a brand new rebuilt engine that he's rebuilt himself, and install it in a month and a half. So I'm not in a big hurry to spend a couple days tearing apart an engine that lost oil pressure completely one time when I'll have a good one sitting there later for freebies, no less. Merry Christmas. Happy birthday. That's my thought, Chris. It should be something that we could set up for next season. Although I'm not sure what the elk and stuff would do to it. Might be interesting to find out.
Oh yeah, these are good.
I have no clue, Honey Bunny. I know that a exploration permit in Montana allows you to move 10,000 tons. So that's not bad. Yeah, it is, Goldstream. I'm going to be doing a few other things at the same time, but he's going to build me I think it's a 98 350 board 30 over with roller lifters and a set of Vortec heads on it and a different carburetor than the one I got because he doesn't like Edelbrock quadrajets,
Edelbrock sucks.
And so I say I'm happy. What the heck? And I say we got some other things to fix while we're at it. I also understand that the roller lifters use less energy and therefore you get more power and better economy with roller lifters too. Again, the whole idea is to have an engine that's highly reliable, more efficient, more power, specifically for towing, and that's going to give me less overheating issues than the 400, which they've really bored that block out. Actually, the one that's on there right now, first of all, it's too big. It's a 675, which is a bit much. And it's got a leak in it where it drains the float bowl to a certain extent overnight, so it needs a rebuild at a minimum. And he's been a mechanic for a long time, so he's got carburetors laying around. He'll just rebuild one of those and bring it.
Edelbrock sucks anyway.
Yep.
Team Holly.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Honey Bunny. But I say, I'm sure this would be like a $2,500 or $3,000 engine if, I had to buy it. So I'm just tickled pink. I got a couple of good daughters, and my oldest daughter, she married a good man. He's a good, honest, hard-working man, and got a couple of grandkids. My grandson's going to be here, so that's going to be fun too. And so, yeah, we're planning on having a good visit and, let's say, getting that thing up and running good.
Go to Yellowstone?
And go to Yellowstone too. They want to go to Yellowstone. So I say it should be a really good time. But I got to wait a month and a half before I can do it. I'm lining up other parts right now. So you know, by the time they get here, either we'll have stuff done or we'll have all the parts already in hand. Because especially like the steering box and the the power steering hoses, the power steering pump. Might as well do that when you're changing the engine out. You have a lot more room, and you had to pull the pump off anyhow. You know. Hey, Scotty, how's it going? Getting a little late here. Sorry about that, but we're trying to convince Jim to get back here on a regular basis. He can always show up late. I mean, there's no reason he has to be here at 6. He could get here at 7:30, you know. How long does it take to swap the engine? I've seen a couple of guys do it in my backyard in 8 hours. It's not that hard. The engine, aside from all the little smaller things involved, no, he was here earlier tonight, Scotty. But I mean, basically what holds the engine in, once you take the exhaust manifolds off and everything, you got 2 motor mounts and 6 bolts on the bell housing, and that's it, you know. That's what we're trying to do, get that. Hey, blind dude. Man, some people are really late.
Start asking mining questions. Make him work all night.
Oh, man. Yeah, assorted hoses, wiring. Yep. All kinds of little stuff like that.
Speaking of wiring, have you told Will just how crazy that wiring harness is?
No, the wiring harness for the engine isn't crazy. 6 a.m. Goodness. That would be what? Almost the Middle East disc cortex? Can you tell us in general where you're at? I'm thinking, like Turkey, Middle East, like that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of wiring too. I got one wire, Turkey. Oh no, that was Blind Dude says Turkey. There's a piece of wiring in there. I know generally where the problem is. There he is, Turkey. Yep. Well, pleased to meet you. I hope things are getting under control over there. That was quite a mess. But say things like that, I'll fix when I can get to it easy. You know, it shouldn't be a big problem. The truck's a 76 Roberts, so we'd have to do more modifications. So the plan is just go with the carburetor, you know, but it'll be rebuilt and properly sized for the engine and stuff.
And no, we will not get a new truck. Bugs is family.
But yeah, it's not going to be as efficient as the throttle body, but it'll be a lot similar. I also need to make sure that Will gives me all the specs on the engine, so when I go to get parts for it sometime in the distant future, we'll know what parts to get. Yeah, that's the problem, honey bunny, is when the truck's not built for it, you got to start adapting things, and then things can get a little bit sketchy. Plus, come the EMP, I won't need to worry with a carburetor. I got a spare ignition module. Some people can. But yeah, for those who showed up late, we had a coronal mass ejection about 2 weeks ago that had it hit the earth, we would have got to see what a Carrington event looks like. you know. Yeah. Let me get some more water here real quick. Oh.
Yeah, that nut cluster thingy is good.
Okay.
They look ugly, but they taste good.
So Disc Cortex, what do you do in Turkey? Are you into gold mining or just watching or what? Hey, Tricky. Yeah, Disc Cortex. Tricky's from the Philippines. Yeah, we'll tune this more for reliability than anything else. We just want it to last a long time. Hopefully better than mine, Chris. You got it, Chris. Tricky's from England and living in the Philippines. Well, right now you're from the Philippines. Not me, blind dude. Yeah, honey bunny. That's I'll let Will tune everything to his satisfaction. I say he knows what he's doing. Yeah, Chris. What would you use? Well, you could use an exhaust gas analyzer. That would work. Planes use the exhaust gas temperature. Yeah, those are a pretty good little one. Something new we bought today. Fuel air ratio is what we were talking about, Jeff. Yep. Getting the right mixture will make your engine run much more efficiently. The problem with the carburetor as opposed to a throttle body fuel injector is that under different conditions, it's using these fluidic and mechanical systems to try and approximate the ratio. And so that's the trick with the electronic carburetor, throttle body fuel injector. It just does that automatically. I don't think I need to get that radical, Chris. I'll say I just want something reliable.
As low tech as possible.
Yeah. And, if I need to downshift on a hill pulling a trailer, that's fine with me. I don't care. So anyhow, I'd say that's everything should be in pretty good shape here come fairly soon. But I still got quite a bit to do in the next month and a half. But it's mostly mechanical things, getting things ready and getting that mill back up and running. Yeah, that's what happens when you try and tweak something to maximize. Sometimes it's like, it'd be simpler just to have it run simple. I don't know how good the crank is right now, Goldstream, because that that crank. Say, I ran out of oil. I didn't run out of it. It ran out of oil by busting a line. So we're not sure how much damage that engine has had. That's up to Will. I say, Will's building it from the ground up to do a particular job, and you don't look a gift horse in the mouth, and you don't backseat drive a race car driver, so to speak. He can do the job. Just let him do it. So I say I'll let him figure it out. I'm not sure why he wants it bored 30 over, but that's what he wants. So say he's got his reasons. Dude knows his stuff. Let him do his stuff. Don't jiggle his elbow. Yeah, Tricky. Well, unfortunately, Lauren had a friend that got run over by a bull last week and didn't make it. So yeah, you don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth or whatever. Yep. I understand Roberts, but I say he's I got someone who I can't get cheaper than zero, and that's what's showing up. Pull it, a quality engine specifically built for it at zero cost to me. Yep. A friend of Lauren's, good friend of Lauren's, they were loading cattle on a trailer, and a bull decided that he didn't want to cooperate and smashed him up against a fence. And Lauren said there were two vets right there that started, administering aid, but he died in the hospital a few hours later. Could be Goldstream. I really don't know, but the guy's been doing it for decades. You got my email, don't you, blind dude? Okay. Yeah, send it here, and I'll give you Honey Bunny's email so you guys can chat direct. She's given her permission. Yeah, so it may be that he's got a particular set of pistons he wants to put in it, Chris. I really don't know. I say, as opposed to going full. probably just 030 because he wants to save the expense of a new block and just find one that's got minimal wear and bore it 30 over and like that. Again, I don't know. Ain't my job. I trust him. I know he's going to do a good job for me. So I'm happy. Probably so, Jim. You know. So as I say, I'm really happy with all this. Plus, I get to see my family. I haven't seen Devin, my grandson, in 5 years, somewhere around there. And haven't seen Will. I think it's been longer. Was Will here that time that Heather and the grandkids were here? I didn't think so. Yeah, it was Bonnie, Heather, Bonnie's friend.
You haven't seen Will since you went to North Carolina, I believe.
I don't think so. Yeah, I haven't seen Will in a long time.
I mean, it's been years and years and years.
You know? I don't know, Chris. I can throw the idea at him, but I don't know. I know with the increased stroke, you also get increased torque. Yeah, honey bunny, I don't like anything big enough to just stomp on me and kill me. You know? So, say whenever I'm out in the field and there's cows, I treat them with caution. One time, the I was out at the ranch. I was just going to be there a little bit. I was going to go do something quick and then come right back out. And the cows were on the other side of the ridge, over half a mile away. So I went there. It was a little longer than I thought. I start driving back out, and the herd had come in through the gate. So I had to chase them. I hadn't closed the gate, so I had to chase a small herd of cows out by myself. Luckily, none of them decided to get persnickety, and that was not that pleasant. If Eva was there, I would have felt a lot better because she can read critters pretty well. She knows when they're getting grumpy. I presume most of you have seen the video of when I had my which one was that? Was that
that was the kidney?
The kidney surgery, yeah. When we had that javelina come in the yard the day after I got home from the kidney surgery. So she chased it out. He's putting in a different cam, like an RV cam or something. So, as I say, I don't know. Plus, the 400 crank is in Montana and the 350 is in North Carolina. So it'll be kind of hard to do that too easily. Say, just going to let him do whatever he wants. He knows what he's trying to accomplish and he's skilled enough to do it. It's just like if I needed something done on a computer and Eva's son was doing it, I'd let him do it. Oh. Well, is there anything else here? We had a couple late comers. I'm going to just check something real quick here to see if I ever got more than one comment on that last video. Let's see. 163 views. Only one comment, just Ned. That was it. That was just odd. I don't know, Jim. I say he's putting a special cam in it. The last video I did was, let's see here, fabricating a chemical resistant heater from an aquarium heater. And there you go, honey bunny. Well, blind dude, it's for a very specific use, and it has an external thermostat to control, but we can't use the internal thermostat because it simply doesn't go nearly high enough, because the temperature I need is like 135 Fahrenheit. And yeah, no fish can live at 135. Oh no, it's not that what I did was crazy or whatever. It's just like, I usually get comments, anything from just, wow, that's cool, or, this or that, or this or that, it's just one of those things. It's just common. I'll usually get about a half a dozen comments from people like Ned, or just any of kind of the normal viewer sort of things, and just didn't get any comments on it. That's odd. Yeah. Yeah, blind dude. The problem with it, I started out with one of those 5-gallon bucket heaters, but it was made out of stainless steel. And within 2 weeks, the steel had corroded through, and I had a hole in it that, of course, blew the heating element. And so that's why I tried to look for something that was completely non-corrosive. That's a 500 watt heater, and so it does the job. But the external thermostat is only $30, and it seems to be working fine. It'll also turn on a cooling system also. It has a temperature range. You set the temperature. If it goes above that, it'll turn on the outlet for cooling. If it goes below that, it turns on the outlet for heating. So it's pretty cool. Sodium valves, yeah, that would make sense. Probably, honey bunny. That would make sense, honey bunny, but I also had an old commercial stainless steel plating heater that I tried, and wound up the same thing happened. So I'm not sure exactly what the deal is. It sure looked like stainless. Both of them did. But yeah. Say, the aquarium heaters with the glass seem to be working fine. And so that, yeah, honey bunny, that one was at least, it was before 1990, because it was used in it had to be before 1985. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I even tried coating it with what do you call it? Silicone rubber. Man, the stuff managed to get through the silicone rubber too. And I say it's just some nasty. That solution is just hard on. Plus, the stainless steel will also precipitate gold, which is, undesirable. I mean, I can collect it again, but yeah, it's less than desirable to have gold plating where you're not collecting it directly. So I say this works better in a number of ways, and it's cheap. Chris been a lot of help. He found it. I don't know, 5 minutes of looking on the internet. He says this should work, and yeah, it worked fine. Hastelloy C, I have no clue. I say it's just corrosion is a problem. So now I've got something that's, I think it's a quartz tube, but I'm not sure. But I know it's at least glass, and then the other end had rubber seals and everything to keep water out of it. And now those seals are sealed within, an eighth of an inch or more of silicone rubber. So yeah, it should be pretty tough. Yeah, I say I'm really not sure, but they were cheap. They do the job, and they're pretty easy to modify to continuous heat. Easier than I thought they would be. And I say that was Lauren did that. I'm also making sure that the heating elements are completely under the solution level, and so that'll help too. Oh, but yeah, it worked pretty good. So I'm wondering, Honey Bunny, let's take a look at some of the other stuff. Did you see saving money with crucipels? Or using the wrong materials can get very expensive? Did you see those also? Was it just the last one that didn't show up, or are you missing a lot of them? Okay, you did see those, huh? Okay. Just the last one. Weird. You saw the crucible one? Yeah, yeah. And the one before that was where I had the stainless steel heater that got gold coated. You remember seeing the gold coated heater, Honey Bunny? That was the one before that. So if you did, then you got those two. Just the last one that didn't show up for some weird reason. Yeah. I say it's impossible to tell. Well, let's see. Rocky Mountain, Old Mine, Lieutenant Immelman. I don't see you on the gold coated heating element, Honey Bunny. I don't know. I have saved a number of videos to hard drive so that if that does happen, I can just go to Rumble. Yeah, we're concerned about that. So I say I've saved a number of good videos. I also want to redo a number of videos in the future here. You might have Honey Bunny, but it might not have showed up with me, because this is one of the problems. Let me go to edit video here. And let's see, where's the comments thing? Subtitles, cards, show more. Licensing, comments and ratings. It says hold potentially inappropriate comments for review. Now I got to allow all comments. I'll save that. Let me go back and reboot it and see what happens. Because maybe I can change that setting somewhere by defaults. Still not seeing yours, Honey Bunny. Wait a minute. There's one from Lieutenant Immelman that has 6. There's Black Label on the bedrock. No. Here's another one. No, I do not see it, Honey Bunny. $300 up at that log cabin, Jim? That doesn't seem plausible.
Holy guacamole.
Man, we could go up to the top of the pass and just look at that crap. uh, $300 for the season, he says. Holy crap.
Holy guacamole.
Yeah. That's well, 300 divided by 12. How many feet is that? 25 feet? 25 feet of snow up there? Yeah. No, I'd say there's also some videos I'd kind of like to remake, but like where does gold come from and stuff. But I don't know. What I've been trying to do is make some that are a little more generalized. At sometimes there was one I made recently. I forget which one it was that I put a lot of extra stuff in. Streaming golfers, community golfers, nugget. Oh, the nugget effect, proper sampling and sampling technique. Yeah, because I redid that one to kind of help the people that have been here since the first one I did 6 years ago or something. Well, I understand what you're saying there, Chris, but I'm 25 miles from where he's talking about. And, we didn't get anywhere near 25 feet of snow here in Helena. I don't know. I mean, that would mean the whole road, Highway 12 there, is just going through walls on each side. So what does Highway 12 look like up there, Jim? You know, I mean, how high is the snow on the side of the road there?
I want to go.
Yeah, I mean, we could.
Yeah, let's drive over the pass.
We could do that.
We can do that tomorrow.
No, I got fishing to do tomorrow.
Okay, we can do that Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that. Sure, why not? What's it look like up there, Jim? Last time we were up there, there was a bodacious herd of elk. Oh, yeah, I understand Goldstream, but I mean, those mountains that you're talking about, they end that way about 8 miles. So we quite often get the snow. I mean, I went halfway there to get to the ranch, and it wasn't that bad. I mean, it had like this much. No big deal. Huh. Interesting, Jim. You know, I don't envy you, Goldstream. Goldstream says, Keith, I have had to shovel snow up off of my roof. I think you need a snowblower for that. Wow. That's some crazy stuff, dude. So then what you do is when the snow gets up to your roof line, then you put water on it to make a hard surface. And that way, to go any higher, you can go out there with a snowblower and snowshoes and blow it further away. Wow. Some crazy crap, man. Glad I've never had to do that. That does not sound like fun. Yeah, but Chris, at least a 3-story building, they could get the snow off of the roof. Wow. Yeah, I know Mammoth Mountain got a new record a short time ago. And I guess there should be getting more still. Oh yeah, I know. I know. I understand, Jim. But it's so close. It's like, wow. Wouldn't think it would be that much difference that close. Okay, Cutthroat, what do you want to know? We got some smart people here. Throw out a question or a subject you want addressed. We shall do it. We'll be happy to throw out something about gold right quick. Oh, I'm a placer guy. No, not really. See that guy just above you there, Miner Jim? Professional placer miner, dude. Guy's been making his living that way for a decade. I thought you hit the wrong key there, Horton. Yeah, you got anything about placer there? Jim knows it. And then you got Chris and a few others too. Throw out your question, Cutthroat. Hey, Jim, are you going to be able to get us more videos this summer? Obviously, with 25 feet of snow, you're not going to be able to get any time soon. But I say, you gonna get us some more videos for this season, Jim? Because yeah, it would be nice. Any specifics on testing for Telluride ores? Well, not in particular, except that your tellurides will tend to vaporize to a great extent in a fire assay if not done right. Good, Jim. I'm sure the people would love to see them. I think Chris has some expertise on some Telluride ores. I know that if you think you've got Tellurides, you should let your assayer know so they can use the appropriate techniques. And that goes for anything. When you're sending a sample to an assayer, if there's anything strange about it, if it's sulfides or this or that or the other, whatever it is, arsenopyrite, and just go ahead and let them know anything unusual about the ore so they can just take that into account during the when they're working on the flux recipe and the heat and everything else so that they can deal with it properly. Favorite mining equipment? Is that Places? Okay. I don't have favorite mining equipment places. I have certain things that I like. Like the RC46 is pretty good. Keene generally has good stuff, although it's not cheap. And I know Chris really likes the guys at Pioneer. He knows them personally. They make a lot of good classifiers and such. They make the Blue Bowl. Okay. I'm waiting, Tricky. Legend. Oh yeah, Legend for assay supplies. Yeah, not. I was thinking Pioneer for a second. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Oh. CGS in Reno Sparks for mapping, survey, and sampling equipment. Who's CGS? Got a link, Chris? Oh. Man, Cutthroat. Can't access due to the recent fires, huh? Yeah, that's getting the government's becoming really, really annoying in many different ways. Mine operator? Let me write that down here. Let's see. So save this one. Okay, I got it, Chris. Thank you. What is that doing? Ooh, the very cheapest ones, yeah, blind dude. They can also be quite portable if you got a battery-powered angle grinder, something like a Cobra Crusher or something like that. They make some fairly small impact mills hooked to gas engines that are a step up from that aren't too expensive, like, 1,500, maybe 2,000. But yeah, for just minimal crushing, yeah, something like a Cobra Crusher, that sort of thing. Mine Operator videos. Is that on YouTube, you mean? Mine Operator on YouTube? Is that it, Jim? Yeah, what Chris is talking about there is for cross-contamination of samples. You want to make sure there's no cracks that things can get in and then get out of. Okay. A&B mining in Mesa was good, huh? Okay. On YouTube, okay. I'll check it out because there's not too much in the hard rock mining stuff on YouTube there. Jason, here's kind of funny. You guys probably watch Jason from Mount Baker and stuff. Well, that mine they were at this week that he did the video on, my other friend Jason says that was the same guy that we saw several years ago in like 2016. Yeah, it's over near 29 Palms, as I recall. It's the same vein, but a different location than what we went down. I didn't recognize it at all, but my friend Jason recognized the guy. So he texted me and, he says, "Hey, you remember that guy?" And I'm like, "No." So let's see. Okay. Richard. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see if I can zoom in on it. Oh, there we go. I presume all these are parts per million. Nothing real exciting in the gold there. Same with the silver. Are those parts per million or percent? I can't tell. Stuff like the iron, that should be a percent. When you're talking 54.53, that's more like a percent. So let me change back. All are percent, huh? Okay. Well, in that case, holy crap! Okay. You want to see some crazy shit, little one?
Mm-hmm.
Not too much. XRF in percent.
Holy shit. That is something.
Did you look at the platinum group down here?
No, I was looking at the important one, the silver. Holy shit. I was looking at the silver, the important one.
How reliable do you think those results are, Tricky? Yeah, that's percentages. That's beyond impressive. Is that your mind there that you're looking at? And as again, how reliable is that? Because I'm sure you realize how extraordinary that is, assuming it's correct. Good question, Horton. Yeah, this the numbers he was sending were yeah, really high concentration. That's a good description.
Ludicrous.
He says they're very reliable. The ICPs and fire assays were higher.
Okay.
I'd say you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, mine 100 pounds a year and you're fine.
You know, I think that's direct shipping ore.
Actually, I think that's mine 100 pounds a year and you're fine.
I presume you don't want me to just blurt this stuff out here, Tricky.
There's a word for that. It's ludicrous.
That's some amazing numbers. Good for you, Tricky.
I like that silver.
Tell you what, why don't you crush that, gravity separate it, and send me your tailings?
I'll take silver. Actually, I want a clam.
That's right. She wants a clam. I understand it's difficult. Look with that platinum group, that's going to be a problem too. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you just crushed it and did a gravity concentrate and then shipped it to a refinery that is more set up for that kind of stuff, I don't know. The other thing is, yeah, I can see why you're leaching it and everything. I say that's the sort of stuff you could use some pretty interesting chemicals to leach it and still make a lot of money. Wow. I don't know what to say, Tricky. Those are heavy sands? That's not a concentrate? That's just heavy sands? Wow. That's about all I can say.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd say wow. Nice silver.
I'd still do a gravity concentration and see about shipping it to a refiner.
That's very nice silver content there.
Wowie.
Can you find me something with that much silver?
I would say probably not.
Rat.
Wow. Holy guacamole, to quote someone I love very much.
Holy cannoli in this case.
I don't know. As they're trying to get Eve over there is going to be the tough part.
Find a boat.
That's what he's saying, honey bunny. I can't tell you the numbers, but In parts per million, it would be interesting. In percent, it's amazing. All I can say, folks, I mean, she says I mean, he says I can tell you, but this one here, let's see. I'm going to go with one particular sample. Okay. These are all in percent, not parts per million, not ounces per ton. Silver, 2.1. Gold, 0.39. Iron, 54. Let's get some more interesting again. Palladium, 1.92%. Platinum, 0.27%. Don't see any other platinum group there. No, rhodium is. That's okay. Rhodium, 1.66%. Is rubidium platinum group? Might be 1.17%. Have pick and shovel will travel. Yeah, no kidding. As I say, that's pretty amazing stuff. I mean, at those concentrations, you could essentially use pyrometallurgy on it. You could basically just fire it, essentially like fire assay it. I say with those kind of numbers there, I mean, you've got as much platinum group, some of the platinum group individually as we have in our resin in terms of gold. You could fire assay it and make money. Literally. You could just do the standard fire assay stuff. Yeah. That should make it work. Wow. That's some crazy stuff, Tricky. Absolutely insane. Wow. Oh. Be careful and keep it secret.
Very nice silver.
Where it is and everything. Yeah. So that's my thought. So you could essentially smelt that down and then pour it into and wind up with a mixed precious metal alloy that then can be electrolytically refined. At that point. And again, that's where if you had a doré metal, you should be able to get it refined at a reasonable cost and go from there. But yeah, you need a big furnace, but what the heck? Big tilting furnace. The problem is, do you have enough lead there, or would you have to in-quart lead? Yeah, you don't have near enough lead in there. How about the copper? No. Yeah.
I'm liking that silver.
Let's see, 10. What other kind of weird stuff you got in there? No arsenic. That's good.
I don't know. I'm liking
Yeah,
it.
I'm saying just smelt it.
I'm liking liking that silver content. He can keep the rest of that stuff. Heck, he could probably sell that thing to a world-class mine,
Yep.
depending on the size.
Well, yeah, but I say it's yeah, it's. I mean, for now, yeah, you could just package it up and ship it. You're going to take a hell of a hit, but in terms of percentage, probably not that much. 10 or 20%. Yeah. I say that's some interesting shit. Tricky. That's some interesting stuff. But yeah, I don't see any reason it can't be smelted into some kind of a doré and then refined from there. Goldstream says, tell Eva I have some 1,500 gram per ton silver ore. Let's see what that is in terms of ounces.
Like 50 ounces a ton or something?
Yeah, 48.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind having some of that.
Okay. Well, it is getting kind of late, folks. Let's see. Mine says about 10 pounds per ton. Jeff. Yep. Okay, on that very high note.
Are we talking for troy ounces or regular?
I
Troy pounds or regular pounds?
Avoirdupois pounds.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't be talking about those in terms of precious metals. But...
Oh, well, we better call it a night and everything. So, say on that high note. So, we'll let them talk in private via email there. So, you guys take care. And we'll call it a night. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Those are some hellacious numbers.
Yeah.